Good afternoon, everybody. Morning, whatever it is. Morning, I guess. Evening. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Israel has launched, as many of you have probably heard by now, Israel has launched a preemptive attack on Iran. Details are coming in. It is expected that at some point Iran is going to retaliate. So you are looking at Tel Aviv, Israel right there. I got to get some more live shots up and get you the latest details here. And try to turn this down a little bit. It's like a noise. It's like there's noise coming from the live shot in Tel Aviv. Let me get a couple more live shots up here, if you give me a moment. I got a live shot from Haifa as well. So I'm gonna put a live shot up of Haifa. So just hang tight, getting organized here. Hang on a moment. Now this one. Hold on. Hang on. Give me 1 moment. Okay. Oh, I see. Give me 1 moment. I'll get everything set up. Sorry, getting everything on the screen for you. I just need to hide that. Okay, this should be better now. So that's Haifa. So we need Haifa at the top, and we need Tel Aviv at the bottom. Okay. Right. Now hold on a moment. Just, you know what? I got to turn down everything. I'm going to turn down the volume for a second. I got to get caught up on everything because I was rushing the last 15 minutes to get the... give me a moment. So let me just get caught up here. Hold on. Breaking news. A U.S. official says U.S. military strikes on Iran are underway. According to the New York Times. That's from Christian Trebert. So hold on. The New York Times is reporting that the U.S. and Israel have struck Iran. The U.S. and Israel attacked Iran Saturday, according to U.S. and American officials. Okay. So now what I have to do is I have to change the headline and I have to change the title. U.S. and Israel. So I just need a second to change all this. U.S. and Israel are attacking Iran. Attack Iran. Okay, so I just need to take a second here. I know you want to get right to it and everything, but I just need to update the title, and it's a bit of a pain, but let me I just need to take like 2 minutes here because the story just changed. U.S. and Israel attack Iran. The United States and Israel have launched an attack on Iran. Details are coming in about the U.S. and Israel attack on Iran. Okay, so I'm going to, and I have to change the thumbnail too. So I'm sorry, I just need to take a second and do this. And I only got to do it once, but I got to change the title and the description and the thumbnail if we're going to be on the air for a while. So I just got to do it. Can't help it. So let me just change the thumbnail now. Here, while I'm doing this, you can look at the live shots. U.S. and Israel attack Iran. So I am just updating the title and the thumbnail, which takes a minute. Put that there, put that there. Let me get one more picture here. I'm almost done updating the thumbnail. I think I did it. Okay, the thumbnail is updated. Again, I should only have to do this once, but I got to do it. I wish I knew this before I came on, but I didn't. It happens. Updating the thumbnail now. Okay, I just updated that. Now I have to change the title of the broadcast, and I may have to restart it on Facebook to change the title. I'm probably going to. Yeah, so please bear with me. I need about 2 more minutes to update things here so that we can move forward. Okay, I have now changed the Twitch title, and for those watching on Facebook, I'm going to restart the stream. So if you're watching on Facebook, the Facebook stream is going to, well, I probably should restart the Facebook stream. Yes, I'm going to restart the Facebook stream. So if you're watching on Facebook, I'm going to turn the stream off on Facebook, and I'm going to restart it in about 2 minutes. All right, so Facebook stream is ending right now. Now I'm going to restart the Facebook stream with the proper title, and we should be good to go. This should be it. Unbelievable. We will get you all the updates. Okay, I am going live on Facebook again right now. Fantastic. And the last thing I have to do is this. Fix the over-the-shoulder pic. Done. I think we're good. All right, last thing is I'm going to replace the photo over my shoulder, which should be corrected when I replace it. Let's see here. There it is. U.S. and Israel attack Iran. Okay, we're ready to go. All right, so the U.S. and Israel are both attacking Iran. And let's now get updates here. We're hearing about explosions in multiple locations. Okay, Jeremy Diamond, guys. Jeremy Diamond, who is with CNN, says, a U.S. official says that the U.S. is also striking Iran and that this is not a small strike. Oh, breaking news, Reuters reports, Parisa Hafezi of Reuters says, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is not in Tehran and has been transferred to a secure location, an official told Reuters on Saturday. The Israeli government has suspended civilian flights to and from Israel. Civilian flights have been suspended in Israel. No civilian flights to and from Israel. That has also happened. Explosions have been reported, says the Times of Israel, in Tehran, Iran, Isfahan, Iran, Karaj, Iran, and Kermanshah, Iran. I have to check a lot of different sources here. But multiple locations in Iran, explosions reported. Multiple locations in Iran, explosions reported. Okay? Yes, Tasnim news agency, which is Iranian news agency Tasnim reports that in addition to, I believe they said explosions were also heard in Isfahan, Qom, Loristan, Kermanshah, Karaj, and Tabriz. So many locations in Iran hit with explosions. Many locations in Iran hit with explosions. Al Jazeera reports Iraqi airspace has been closed. Iraqi airspace. Again, Reuters reports that the supreme leader is not in Tehran and has been transferred to a secure location. So, explosions in multiple parts of Iran. Definitely hearing that. This is the U.S. and Israel attacking Iran. And Iranian media is reporting explosions in multiple parts of Iran. Now, give me a moment here. All right, we're looking at Tel Aviv and Haifa, Israel. We will see eventually what happens with Iran response. But right now, we're hearing about explosions in Iran. Let me show you a picture here. This is a picture, if I can show it to you right here. On the right there, on the right is a picture from Associated Press from Tehran, Iran. Smoke rising in Tehran, Iran. And again, you can see it right there. It says the U.S. is participating in the airstrikes, according to a U.S. official. The first apparent strike happened near the offices of the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It was not immediately clear whether Khamenei had been in his offices at the time. Reuters is reporting that they were told that Khamenei has been moved to a secure location. Give me a moment, please. So, explosions being reported by Iranian media in multiple locations in Iran. Breaking update. Manny Fabian, who is with Times of Israel, reports Israel is preparing for several days of conflict with Iran. An Israeli official says the strikes carried out this morning, conducted jointly with the U.S., targeted Iranian regime and military sites, according to the official. I'm going to read this again. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says Israel is preparing for several days of conflict with Iran. An Israeli official says the strikes carried out this morning, conducted jointly with the U.S., targeted Iranian regime and military sites, according to the official. Regime would be like, I assume that's like leadership. So that's a big update. Flight radar says airspace closures in Israel, Iran, and Iraq. Flight radar 24 says flights are exiting or holding outside of Iraqi airspace. Airspace closures going into place. Iran has closed its airspace entirely. Israel has closed its airspace to all flights except aircraft with prior permission. Al Jazeera was reporting that Iraq had closed its airspace. That's what Al Jazeera had reported. And Selena Wang from ABC News says eyewitness tells ABC News blasts were heard in the Iranian capital. CNN reports that they are told by U.S. officials that the U.S. is carrying out strikes in Iran. As I mentioned, Iranian news outlets are reporting strikes in multiple parts of Iran. Numerous cities in Iran. All right, hold on a moment here. Hold on. I am not hearing any sirens on the Tel Aviv cam. I have not gotten any alerts on my phone, any red alerts, and I am not hearing sirens. If I get red alerts, I will go to the sirens. People are saying sirens going off in Tel Aviv. Well, I just showed the Tel Aviv cam and we couldn't hear anything. I'll turn it on again, and I haven't gotten anything on my phone. That's the Tel Aviv camera. No, we're not hearing anything. Hold on a moment here. So again, we have multiple explosions going off in multiple parts of Iran. So I saw an unconfirmed shot, supposedly, of a possible Iranian fighter jet flying over Iran. I'll post that in the chat. Let me see what other reports we have coming in. Again, I'm seeing multiple outlets report that Iraq has closed its airspace. Israel told Times of Israel, Manny Fabian, that targets have been military and regime targets. Military and regime targets. Mehr News, Iran says the entire airspace of Iran has been closed. OSINT Technical says there are reports of U.S. and Israeli fighters launching missiles at Iran from Iraqi airspace this morning. So we don't really know the details of these strikes. What is being hit? Who is being targeted? If people are targeted, what is going on? We have to wait and see. But U.S. and Israel carrying out attacks on multiple locations in Iran, going on now. Have they been targeting, have Iranian leaders and officials been targeted? We'll have to see what happens. Channel 12 Israel says dozens of targets were bombed. Now, I don't know, Channel 12 Israel is saying initial reports from Iran paint a picture of some severe casualties among local security forces. That I don't know if that's true. Was this intended to be a surprise because it was during the day? Channel 12 Israel says the Tehran Stock Exchange has been closed. Okay, Channel 12 Israel says a senior Israeli official reports that Israel is preparing for the first phase, which will include 4 days of combined and powerful attacks, under the explicit warning that Tehran will not see the same thing the day after. That sounds like a bad translation. Reuters reports, according to N12, Reuters reports an Israeli security source says the operation was planned for months and the date was set weeks ago. The channel Khan News Israel also reports Israel is preparing for several days of exchanges of blows with Iran. Khan News also reports a report we heard elsewhere. Khan News says Israel says the targets being attacked are both government and military targets, including a preemptive strike against the ballistic missile array. The name of the operation in Iran is Magen Yehuda, says Khan News Israel, which I guess, according to Parallel Universe, means Shield of Judea. Reuters reports that strikes in Israel by the U.S. are being carried out by air and sea. That's according to Reuters. Parisa Hafezi. Phil Stewart of Reuters reports Iran says that Tehran is preparing for retaliation and the response will be crushing. That's an Iranian official to Reuters. Let me just show you here the Flight Radar 24. Reportedly, Iran, Israel, and now Iraq have all closed their airspace. But let's see what we can even see on Flight Radar 24. Hold on a second here. So I'm going over to Flight Radar 24 right now. And so you can see Iranian airspace is clear, right? Pretty much clear. Although it seems like there's like one plane there. Yeah, 48,000 people are tracking this. I don't know if that plane is actually there because I don't see any kind of tracking. I don't know what's good. This might be an estimated track. I don't know about this. I don't know because I don't see any kind of past track of this. Anyways, seems strange that one plane would be in the middle of Iran. There could be something, that could be a false detection. I don't know. That is a plane right there. That looks like, that's not being actively it looks like a plane that was flying through Iran, a Fly Dubai plane, and it had to make a turn, if that's accurate there. Again, there was no closure of airspace in Iran before these explosions started happening. That is a plane that left from Israel, apparently, a short while ago. But Israeli airspace is basically closed unless you have prior permission. Oh, I'm sorry. Manny Fabian says Israel has named its Operation Lion's Roar. That's what Manny Fabian says. I guess I had a bad translation before. So again, the U.S. and Iran, U.S. and Israel attacking Iran. Multiple targets in Iran, multiple locations, multiple cities in Iran. Explosions reported. And we obviously need to see what is being hit there. How is Iran going to respond? But immediate question is, what is being hit? Give me a moment. I want to get back on the screen the shots from Israel, the live shots from Israel here. Hold on. There are the two live shots from Israel right now. I have a Jerusalem one as well, if we need it. For now, I'm leaving the volume down on the. I can always turn the volume up on the Israel shots, but if there are any rocket alerts or missile alerts, I'll certainly let you know. And remember, we do not know if there are specific Iranian leaders who have been targeted. We do not know that. We'd have to see what happens, what we hear about. Reuters reports that an Israeli official says that Israel's operation against Iran was coordinated against the U.S. I have a picture here. Here is a picture, another picture from Tehran. This is from Reuters. Oops, you'll see it in a second. That's a picture from Reuters. I'm not going to get the big version right now. Get it later maybe. But that's just a picture from Tehran of smoke rising from Reuters. The New York Times says, the focus of the American strikes is Iran's military apparatus. Again, the focus of the American strikes, a U.S. official said to the New York Times, is Iran's military apparatus. Besides its nuclear facilities, Iran is believed to have more than 2,000 missiles scattered at large sites around the country. No, I do not have any kind of word on nuclear sites. I do not know if nuclear sites have been attacked. At this point, I am checking out all kinds of sources and all kinds of reports, including Iranian media, to see what they have to say. Appreciate you tuning in. Let me just thank a couple people really quickly here. Thank you to Marty Hagwood, thank you. And real quick, Lewis R., Interrogation Files, thank you, Marty Hagwood. Brian Beelman, the Sean11, and I'll thank some more people in a bit. I want to let me just shout out also real quick, Royal Nubian, Mitchell War, Mitchell Pilot, and Wes Yates, News with Snacks, DJ Stews. Hey, and shout out to our moderators. We got a lot of people in the chat. I really want to thank our moderators. We got Danny James and Ruth are moderating. Thank you so much. And also, let me just shout out Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over there on X. We have our moderators on Twitch I want to thank, and our Facebook moderators. Let me do that real quick. I just want to thank them. On Twitch, 13 Alamo, Matthew Kohai, and 3 and Surly Dev. And finally, on Facebook, thank you so much to our moderators there. We have moderating, I'm waiting for it to come up. By the way, thank you to Rebecca on Twitch and Pete Venkman, Fornex, Dr. Strangelove, Cubat, Haas, McCafe, Biza B, the Obliv, BWC, Nico Gita, YM Bauman, EJ Rod, A Cup of Tea, Please, Zero Doc 30, and also thank you to Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook for moderating, and Artie Katob Corterba. Thank you. All right, let's get some more updates here. Thank you also Wogello and Jake Mensky. Okay, getting you more updates. I'm checking Iranian media, Israeli media. Let me check Iranian media. Hold on, I'm seeing a couple reports from Iranian media. Okay, Iranian media. Police says the situation is under control. People shouldn't worry. Faraja Information Center. If citizens see any suspicious activity, they should immediately report the matter by calling the police emergency center at 110. In this regard, the police spokesman's office also emphasized the situation is under control and there is no reason for concern. This is Iranian state media, Tasnim. They report. The police say the situation is under control. People shouldn't worry. There is no reason for concern. That is from Tasnim State Media. Iran's Tasnim State Media. Police say situation is under control. Police shouldn't worry. There is no reason for concern. Faraja is law enforcement command of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Again, police say situation is under control. People shouldn't worry. There is no reason for concern. That is from Iranian state media, just posted a little while ago. I just saw that on their post there. Excuse me. Where did that go? If you give me a moment here. Also, the IRNA news agency, which is a state news agency in Iran, has been hacked. Severe cyber attacks continue. IRNA and some news sites were hacked due to cyber attacks, says Iranian state media. Fellow Iranians should follow the news from official sources. To maintain public order, people in Iran should refrain from any hasty action that causes public anxiety. Also, Tasnim state media in Iran says Iran is preparing for revenge and a crushing response to the Israeli regime. So that's from Tasnim. Let me see also what, hang on, I'm seeing some reports, checking Israeli media, checking, oh, did President Trump release a statement? President Trump just posted a statement. President Trump has just posted a video statement right now. President Trump just posted a video statement. Hey guys, check it out. Here it is. I'm playing it for you right now. Here is President Trump's statement. I haven't even watched it yet. Here it comes. Here it is coming. It's on True Social. It's not playing. It's not playing. It doesn't work. Are too many people trying to play it? Guys, it won't play. It will not play. I'm trying to play it. It's 8 minutes long. I'm going to post the screenshot of it. All right. President Trump has released an 8-minute statement on True Social. Oh, it is working for somebody? Hold on. It's not working for me. But it is not working for some people. Including me. Yeah, guys, I refreshed the website. It's not playing. It's just not playing for me. Has anyone else watched it? Has anyone watched President Trump's speech? Some people say it's working for them. Oh, it's working on my phone. It's working on my phone. I'm going to play it on my phone for you. Let me play it on my phone for you. Here it comes. I'd like to play it. Oh, AZ Intel downloaded it, so I can show it to you. AZ Intel managed to download it, I think. Or no, he just posted a screen grab. Faytux Network. Hey, Faytux Network downloaded it, so I'm going to play you it on Faytux Network's feed because True Social isn't working for me. So let's look at Faytux Network feed. All right, I'm putting it up. I haven't even watched it yet, but I'm going to put Faytux Network feed up there. So good job, Faytux Network. Here it is. There's Trump right there. Okay. I'm going to play it right now.
Ago, the United States military began.
I'm rewinding. Hold on.
Operation. A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs, or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with His help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
So this certainly sounds like a very major military operation. I actually want to post. I want to post what he just said, word for word, what he just said. So what he said, I want to quote this. He told the people of Iran that they should basically take over the country when the U.S. is done. So let's listen to this again. Let's get the exact quote here.
When you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do. Proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Wow. All right, hold on a moment here. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Trump said to the people of Iran, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. He literally said that. He said, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. So, I mean, that's a pretty big... He's saying it's regime change. He's saying we are preparing you for regime change, and it's up for you to change the regime. I'm going to play that one more time. The White House has posted the video. I mean, the White House had already posted the video. President Trump's X account has posted the video now. Wow. I want to play this one more time. The ending there. This is incredible to hear this.
I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
I mean, that's incredible. That's incredible to hear that. Wow. Wow. Just wow. President Trump telling the people of Iran to he said, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. He said that the U.S. is backing you with overwhelming force. I mean, there's a way I can put that. That's such a big thing. Trump tells, I can't fit it all in the headline. I was going to say, Trump tells Iranians to overthrow government. I mean, that's enormous. President Trump has just told Iranians to overthrow their government with U.S. help. That's what he said. Unbelievable. Give me a moment here. Might be ticker time. I don't know. I want to have the video up there. I think that might be worth a ticker. I mean, that's incredible. I was not expecting to hear that. President Trump to people of Iran in new video. Oh, I have to save this. It's going to work? Hold on. I know that's the wrong headline. Can I get it refreshed? No, I still can't get it refreshed. Oh, I think I know what I need to do. I'm sorry. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. There. That seems like a pretty big deal to me, that President Trump literally just told the Iranian people, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. All right, let me try to get some more updates here, but that's a wow. That is a wow. And that just, I mean, what kind of military operation are we talking about here? Right? This is not a one-off bombing. This has to be a major military operation. President Trump also said there could be American casualties. But he said they're going to destroy their Navy. They're not going to be able to make a nuclear bomb. But I mean, what kind of level of attack do you need to have that would enable the people to just, once you're finished, take over the government? It'll be yours to take. No, I don't have any live feeds from Iran, and I don't expect to. If I unexpectedly get it, I'll show you, but I'm not expecting to get any live feeds from Iran. But again, that's just wow. President Trump has explicitly set out that this is a regime change operation in the sense of, when we're done, take over your government. He mentioned Iranian missiles and Iranian Navy. I mean, in a little bit we'll play Trump's announcement again. It was 8 minutes long. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee in the Trump administration says, "Thank you, President." Oops, sorry. Corpus. Obviously, it's not Corpus Christi. I'm sorry. That thing should not be on the screen. There. Now we got that off. Sorry. Thank you, President Trump, for the strong American leadership to stop the killing and threats to Americans for the past 47 years. You know, that's something that President Trump really just started talking about in the last couple days. Yesterday, twice he mentioned it, and that's like really the first I remember him saying that in the last few months. Yesterday, he started mentioning how for like 47 years since the Iranian Revolution, Iran has been killing Americans and shooting off their faces or blowing them up and stuff like that. And yesterday was really like the first time I'd heard him talk like that. And now, like, he's really emphasizing that now. Again, Ambassador Huckabee says, "Thank you, President Trump, for strong American leadership to stop the killing and threats to Americans for the past 47 years. You gave them many chances to do it peacefully, and they said no. Even as I sit in the bullseye of it, I am grateful for a strong president and a strong America." Hang on. It's probably a typo in my crawl there. Is there a typo somewhere that I missed? Maybe there is. Let me know in the chat. Mr. Danny says, "Is this a formal direct declaration of war?" Congress has not. Another whole thing here is the U.S. has just undertook like a regime change type operation. Congress has not waited. Congress has not voted on this. One of our voters says, "Did Congress sign off on this?" I mean, Congress has not voted on it as far as I know. Yeah, guys, I can't steal the Al Jazeera footage. Somebody said Al Jazeera has Tehran live. Okay, I'm not allowed to steal Al Jazeera's news footage that they pay to have and probably have all kinds of special arrangements. They don't pay to do it and have lots of arrangements with the Iranian government so Steve can steal it and put it on his news broadcast. The camera's panning around on the Haifa camera for whatever that's worth. I have not received any rocket alerts from Israel yet on my Rocket Alert app. All right, let me try to catch up on what is happening here. But a really stunning announcement by President Trump. Breaking update, Reuters reports U.S. military expected to carry out a multi-day operation against Iran, U.S. official tells Reuters. Again, U.S. military expected to carry out a multi-day operation against Iran, U.S. official tells Reuters. AZ Intel mentioned a post from NetBlocks about the internet in Iran. Yes, NetBlocks says live metrics show a disruption to the internet across parts of Iran, including Tehran, with connectivity at 54% of ordinary levels. So, I mean, I don't even know what we've been hearing about strikes across Iran. Reports they include regime targets, military targets. I don't know what's being hit, but I do know that President Trump said, when we are finished, people of Iran, take over your government, it will be yours to take. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Iran's Tasnim news agency says the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian is in full health. This follows unconfirmed reports he was among those targeted in the strikes this morning. I cannot confirm he's in full health. Manny Fabian passed that along. I'm going to check some of the Iranian posts on this. Okay, I'm looking at Tasnim News. Tasnim News says that hold on a second. Yes, they say President Pezeshkian is in perfect health and has no problems. An hour ago, parts of Tehran were attacked by American-Israeli airstrikes, says Tasnim news agency. ISNA news agency was subjected to a cyber attack, says Tasnim news agency. They say we are fixing the problem. Schools are closed in some places in Iran, says Tasnim news agency. That is an Iranian news agency. Update here. The New York Times says a Tehran resident and local journalist said landlines in the city were down and only mobile phones had sporadic reception. That's from Farnaz Fasihi. Now, the Times reports that the primary threat Israel currently sees from Iran is long-range surface-to-surface missiles. According to the plan presented to President Trump, Israel will focus most of its efforts on missile storage sites, production facilities, and launchers, while U.S. forces are expected to focus on the Iranian nuclear project and additional targets related to the powerful Revolutionary Guards Force and the government. So I'm going to read that again from the New York Times. The New York Times reports that, hang on a moment, I will repeat this to you. According to the plan presented to President Trump, Israel will focus most of its efforts on missile storage sites, production facilities, and launchers, while U.S. forces are expected to focus on the Iranian nuclear project and additional targets related to the powerful Revolutionary Guards Force and the government. Now, as far as I'm aware, there's no plans to have U.S. ground forces unless something has changed. Now, President Trump said to the people of Iran a few minutes ago, when we are finished, take over your government, it will be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations. Now, I don't know, again, I don't know how this is going to all play out, given that the U.S., I'm not aware, is planning on putting in ground forces. So, can airstrikes alone accomplish what President Trump wants to? I'm going to play President Trump's video again in a second. But just give me a moment here. Hang on. I'm just getting stuff so I can see some different things. And I don't even know, will we not see any kind of, if you're Iran, are you going to wait to strike back? I don't know that Iran is going to be, preparing a big response right now while they're being attacked. So Tyler Rogaway, he's the creator of the military news site The War Zone. Tyler says there are unconfirmed reports that major Iranian Navy, Revolutionary Guard Navy bases on the Persian Gulf and Arabian Sea have been hit. This would make perfect sense to preempt a mining operation and or attempted closure of the strait. President Trump did mention taking out the Navy in his announcement today. Again, Reuters is saying that a source told Reuters that the Supreme Leader was not in Tehran and had been transferred to a secure location. I cannot confirm that. Give me a moment here. I am checking lots of different outlets, also checking Iranian media, Israeli media. Are there missile alerts? I haven't gotten any alerts on my phone yet. Any rocket alerts? Are there missile alerts? Hold on. People saying they got a missile alert. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Let me get the volume up here, but let me just check the so far alerts. Don't hear anything. Oh, I hear something. So far alert does not have anything. Nothing on so far red alerts right now. There is nothing on, I don't see anything on so far yet. Nothing. I don't have anything on my phone, and I don't have anything. Let me check some other outlets here, but nothing on so far, and nothing on so far, and nothing on my phone. Hang on. Nothing on so far, nothing on my phone. Okay, the Israeli Defense Forces just made an announcement. They have Israel has detected missiles launched from Iran. Israel has detected missiles launched from Iran. They are operating to intercept the threat. Okay, so we're going to be seeing alerts shortly, I think, because the Israeli Defense Force just has detected missiles launched from Iran. So let's get so far up. I don't see anything there, but I'm getting the so far red alert up now. So give me one moment here. Well, hold on. Let me get the live shot up. But there has been no. It's an early warning. Basically, yes. As a viewer said, there's been an early. Oh, here we go. Red alerts. There are red alerts now in the middle of the country. I'm seeing them in the middle. In the north. In the north of the country. If you can look right here, see north of the country. Missile alerts in northern Israel right now on so far red alert. In the north. So that would be more by Haifa, more by the Haifa area. So let me make this bigger right now. North of the country is where I'm seeing the alerts right now, in the north. The camera's moving around there. But again, here we go. I'm hearing sirens. Missile alerts right now. Missile alerts in northern Israel. Sirens are going off now. Sirens are going off now. This is northern Israel. We have the Haifa live cam. That's Haifa, Israel. Let me get the ticker off. That is Haifa, Israel. The camera is moving around. The camera is moving around. Missile alerts in Haifa, Israel. Now a few alerts more near Haifa. Alerts near Haifa. They've kind of narrowed down to near Haifa. That's where they are. Now, we haven't heard any explosions yet or seen interceptors. It's possible they could have gotten shot down or something. But those are the only ones I saw on so far red alert. Well, give me a moment here. There are more alerts happening. There are more alerts. But the alerts I'm seeing on the red alert so far site are all in They're all by Haifa. The only ones I see right now are by Haifa. Right there. Now there's none. Now I don't see any. Let's see if there's more. I'm seeing some more. Hold on a second. I'm hearing about more of them on my phone. They're popping up on my phone. They're popping up on my phone, but I don't see any on the map yet. So let's keep on the Haifa shot.
We have some. It's okay. Yeah, it's we have attack. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Trying to check a bunch of things. Now, I'm seeing a report of possibly some interceptions happened. Oh, a Telegram account, News the Security Cabinet I follow, says there were 3 or 4 launches to the north, they said. News Security Cabinet CB says there were 3 or 4 launches towards the north. I don't know if they all got shot down or what. N12 News says there were explosions heard in the north. N12 News Israel says that Iranian media says the port city of Bushehr in southwestern Iran was attacked. It is unclear whether the nuclear reactor in Bushehr was damaged in the attack. All right, let me keep checking the alerts and the updates. I currently on the so far red alert map see no alerts. What I'm going to do is do this here. The Tel Aviv camera just moved up, but I'm not aware of any current alerts. Mer News Iran says scattered reports of explosions in several Iranian cities. Mer News Iran says several explosions in different parts of the country, such as Tabriz, Dezful, Karg Island, Nahavand, and Kangavar. Further details about the nature of these explosions have not been released. That's according to Mer News Iran. Nothing on currently the TZOFAR, so far red alert map. Nothing there right now. Give me a moment here. So it sounds like there may have been a few interceptions of a few missiles. The Israeli Emergency Medical Service says no reports of casualties from the latest missile alerts. So to repeat, Iranian news agencies are reporting explosions in numerous locations in the country. We don't know what's been hit, what the damage is, who has been hit. Multiple outlets reporting that Israel and the U.S. plan to attack Iran for several days. President Trump, in an announcement, told the Iranian people, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take This will be probably your only chance for generations. Oh, the new Christian Trebert reposted a person who did a geolocation of a picture showing plumes rising from the Leadership House government area in Tehran. I will post a link to that in the chat. I should actually post in the chat for more pictures and videos. For more photos and videos. Hold on. For more photos and videos, see Steve's X feed, and I'll put a link to that because I'll be reposting some stuff over there. And then I will pin that in the YouTube chat. If the mods could pin that on Twitch and Facebook, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Hopefully it's pinned correctly. A quick thank you to, Brian Beelman. Thank you, Brian. Czech Finish. Rockin' Sea Ranch, I think it is. Hang on. And, hang on. I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit here. Let me turn the volume down for a second. It's a little hard to think. I'll turn it back up if we get rocket alerts again. Thanks, Mitchell Pilot, Rex M15, Jesus C. Menendez, War Thunder Clips and Shorts, Liam, Resalviant, Bruce Wayne, Steven 5170. So I just want to say a couple more. Rexera Rabbit. Sorry if I can't get everybody. Benny Hill. MTO Creations, Kevin Brady, and others. All right, hang on a moment here. Let's try to get you some more updates. I'll be keeping an eye out for more rocket alerts. Should we play the Trump video again? Why don't we play the Trump video again? Why don't we do that? How does that sound? Let's do that, and I'll keep checking for updates here. But the Trump video is so important that why don't I put that on here? Just give me a moment. Yeah, I'm going to play it one more time. It's important. We should play it one more time. I will overlay it on this. So I'll put it like in the corner here. Here. So there it is, right there. Yeah, I'll put it right there. And I'll hit play.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program.
Rocket alerts in Tel Aviv. Rocket alerts in Tel Aviv. Rocket alerts in Tel Aviv area. You're going to see it and hear it soon. Rocket alerts in the Tel Aviv area. And to the west and to the east of Tel Aviv. Here you go. Rocket alerts right now. Rocket alerts right now. Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv, Israel. Rocket alerts to Tel Aviv and the east of Tel Aviv. A bunch of alerts in Tel Aviv and all the way to the east of Tel Aviv. So we'll see what we see. You're looking at Tel Aviv right now. Again, they stretch all the way across the country, Tel Aviv and East Tel Aviv. I'll keep an eye on Jerusalem as well, but I don't see anything on the Jerusalem feed. I didn't really see anything or hear anything, but there may have been interceptions. Here's some birds. Hang on a moment. Oh, Jerusalem area. I'm hearing some. Maybe there was. Well, is that active right now? I just saw something about Jerusalem area. I have a Jerusalem feed too. There's up the top. We have Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. I'm not seeing anything on either of them. And hold on a moment. Let me check for updates here. The channel 12, sorry, it's so loud. Channel 12 News Israel says there was a limited number of launches from Iran, a limited number of individual launches from Iran. Initial interception attempts are underway, but reportedly a limited number of initial launches from Iran. N12 says a missile launch toward the center of Israel was intercepted. That's from N12 News. Al Jazeera says IRNA, Iran news agency, says explosions heard in western and southern areas of Elam city in western Iran. There was just a new rocket post. More rocket alerts being announced right now. More rocket alerts, more towards the north, maybe even north of Haifa. Maybe even north of Haifa. So let me switch the camera right now. I'm going to turn off, I'm going to get the Haifa cam up, but I don't know that Haifa is going to be north enough. I'm going to put the Haifa cam up, but again, I do not know that that will be a far north enough camera. But I have the Haifa cam there, but I need to do it here. And that's the one to look at right now. Now, they're showing on Al Jazeera some smoke. Is that a live shot in Iran on Al Jazeera that I'm looking at? If you look at Al Jazeera Arabic, hold on a moment here. Yes, Al Jazeera is showing a live shot of Tehran. If you go to Al Jazeera Arabic on YouTube, I cannot steal their footage, but again, and by the way, I am not seeing any alerts right now. The alerts have all disappeared on the map, on the SOFAR map. So for now, I am not seeing any active alerts on the SOFAR red alert map, but I am seeing smoke on a live shot in Tehran. That is an Al Jazeera Arabic live shot. They are the ones that have it. They probably have their own camera there. But I can see it right in front of me. And again, you can see it if you go to Al Jazeera Arabic. What I'm going to try to do here is... Oops, that's not what I want to do. Let's try this again. Yeah, it just says Tehran Live, so I don't know if that's new smoke or old smoke or what. All right, so we're keeping our eye on a bunch of different cameras here. Jerusalem, Haifa, and Israel. Tel Aviv, and give me a moment here. I got to get the camera back up. There's Tel Aviv back up. Sounds like there have been just a few missiles fired at Israel from Iran so far. Oh, Selena Wong says the Pentagon says this military campaign against Iran is called Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury. Look what the Department of War posted. The Department of War just posted in capital letters, Operation Epic Fury. Look at that right there. You'll see it in a second on your screen. Operation Epic Fury. All right, I just saw new missile alerts or rocket alerts in Israel. Let me check on them right now. Let me check on them right now. I need a moment. They have not popped up on the map yet. But there are new rocket alerts right now. I am waiting for them to pop up on the map. And we will try to figure out where they are. But I have not seen them pop up on my map. Unless, is that a preliminary report right here? Like an early warning one? Yes, additional launches detected from Iran, says Home Front Command. So we might be seeing some more specific locations soon. Across the country, stay in your protective areas, says Home Front Command. That's what they say. But I have not yet seen I just saw a report about what Fox News is reporting. But let me see if I can confirm that to you. Hang on a moment here. I still don't see any, haven't seen alerts pop up on the map. So, N12 News Israel claims that Fox News said that there were attacks on Iranian Parliament, Supreme National Council, Intelligence Ministry, and Iranian Atomic Agency. At the same time, cyber attacks on regime-backed news agencies. I can't confirm that. It could be true. Okay, another alert just popped up. Rocket alerts coming up. Okay, Jerusalem. Jerusalem, it says, near the Jerusalem, and Haifa. Haifa in Jerusalem. All right, hold on a second. I can see Haifa on the screen. Now I got to get Jerusalem on the screen. Haifa in Jerusalem I'm seeing. There is Haifa and Jerusalem, right there. Not Tel Aviv, it's Haifa and Jerusalem. Sorry, I forget to change the headline. Haifa in Jerusalem, there are rocket alerts in those areas. So we'll see if we hear anything. But I can see them on my rocket alert map right now. In and around Jerusalem and in and around Haifa, not just those cities, but in the general area of those cities. So we might not end up seeing anything, but certainly there are rocket alerts in both of those areas, actually even further south of Jerusalem too. So I don't have cameras everywhere, but we'll see if we hear anything in either of these camera locations. That is the Jerusalem cam and the Haifa cam. and some in more southern parts of Israel. Oh, now I'm seeing some south of Tel Aviv, not in Tel Aviv, south of Tel Aviv. So I'm going to stick with these two cameras from now. Actually, what I'll do is take this one down. I'm keeping an eye on the Tel Aviv cam, but again, the alerts seem to be south of Tel Aviv. What's the Haifa camera doing? The Haifa camera is zooming in and looking. Oh, hold on. But I'm not hearing anything. Some more alerts. Again, south of Tel Aviv, near Ashdod. Oh, I just heard a boom. I'm hearing a boom on one of the cameras. I don't know if that's an interception. I'm hearing a siren of some sort. I don't know where that is. There's a number of alert areas south of Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, south of Jerusalem, southern part of the country near Gaza, maybe some rockets launched from Gaza. I don't have a camera there right now. And I don't see anything on the Tel Aviv cam. And we heard some sort of boom on one of these cams. These are Haifa and Jerusalem. It says it right on the screen. The Tel Aviv cam that I have is showing nothing right now. I'm looking right at it and it's not showing anything. It's just sitting there. So let me look around and see what else I'm seeing here. You're hearing a siren of some sort. The Haifa cam is zooming in. I don't know on what. I'm hearing an explosion on one of the two cameras right now. Maybe an interception. Maybe an interception. Sounds like maybe we're hearing interceptors. Yeah, guys, I cannot use every single camera on the internet. Somebody said you have the wrong cameras. I have the cameras that I pay to use. I'm sorry that I don't have literally access to every camera on the internet, but I can only use the cameras I have the rights to. Sirens going off right now. Sirens going off. Sirens are going off on at least one of the cameras, and I don't know which one. These are in the north. These are more Haifa. I'm gonna make the Haifa bigger because it seems to be focused on the north, I believe, the current ones. So I'm gonna do this right now. That's Haifa. There's nothing happening on the Tel Aviv cam right now. Oh, now I'm seeing Jerusalem alerts, so I got to do this. Now I'm seeing alerts near Jerusalem too. So both of these, Haifa and Jerusalem, we got to watch both of these cameras now. We got to watch both of these. Because there are alerts, actually in the north it's a bit east of Haifa. Jerusalem right around there. But I still have yet to see on any of these cameras any kind of interception or explosion yet. But you're hearing the sirens. We're definitely hearing rocket sirens. As soon as I have a chance, I'll check the reports. I can't I can't look at this and look at the reports at the same time. As soon as I get a chance, as soon as these alerts stop, I'll check the reports on what's going on. More alerts. Actually, these more alerts west of Jerusalem, Ashdod. We keep hearing of different alerts. Again, I'll just let you know where I'm seeing them. These are more to the west of Jerusalem, Ashdod. Some alerts there right now. Ashkelon, north of Gaza, a bunch of alerts right now. Not seeing any alerts at the hearing booms right now. We're hearing what sounds like interceptions on one of the cameras. Maybe we're hearing those interceptions right now. That's what it sounds like. Maybe on the Jerusalem camp. Wow, 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 wow. So you do hear interceptions when they happen. So again, the alerts I'm seeing now are to the west of Jerusalem. So I'm guessing you might be hearing them on the Jerusalem camp. Oh, I got the better Haifa camera back, I think. All right. Are there any active alerts? Just one or two alerts left on the alert map. I haven't even had the chance to look at what's going on the news reports because we're keeping an eye on these alerts. Right now, there's like one or two alerts left southwest of Jerusalem. Now there are no active alerts on the alert map. So now that that's happened, let me go back and check what some of the reports are saying about what's going on. I haven't had a chance in 10 minutes. Yes, so Reuters says that Tasnim News says, let me pull that up. I'm seeing Tasnim right now. Tasnim is Iranian state media. They say that in response to the aggression of the hostile and criminal enemy against the Islamic Republic of Iran, the first wave of widespread missile and drone attacks by Iran against the occupied territories began. Tasnim reports that some locations in eastern Tehran have been hit by enemy missiles. So they did say that they fired missiles at Israel. And I am seeing right now another report, maybe some more alerts coming in. Yes, more alerts. This is I don't even have a camera here. There are alerts, Sea of Galilee area right now, where I don't actually have a camera there. Sea of Galilee, that's west of Haifa in the northwest of Israel, and central and north central Israel. I don't know that you're going to hear anything on the Haifa feed for that, but I'll put it on anyway. So there are more rocket alerts right now, but there are northern, central, and northeastern, not northwestern. My bad. Let me correct myself. There are a bunch of alerts right now in northern Israel. I meant northeastern, which is Sea of Galilee, and north central, and almost stretching to Haifa. So we'll keep an eye on the Haifa camera. And I don't even know if there have been hits. I do not know if any of these missiles or rockets have hit yet. I just don't know. Oh, hey guys, new announcement from Netanyahu. New announcement from Netanyahu and new speech from Netanyahu. When I get a chance, I'll play that. Yes, there are alerts in Haifa region, Haifa and southern Israel. Haifa and southern Israel. Let's look at the Haifa camera. That is Haifa. Alerts around Haifa and also south of Haifa and also southern Israel, which are where I do not have a camera. A lot of alerts in the general area of Haifa right now. I don't have time. Benjamin Netanyahu released a statement. I don't even have time to play it right now. When I get a second, I'll play the Netanyahu statement. Netanyahu says, "My brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel, a short while ago, Israel and the U.S. embarked on an operation to remove the existential threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran." Hold on, I'm hearing something, maybe alerts. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel says, the time has come for all segments of the people in Iran to rid themselves of the yoke of tyranny and bring about a free and peace-seeking Iran. U.S. mission, the U.S. Embassy in the UAE, the U.S. Embassy in the UAE has told their staff, and the U.S. Embassy in Abu Dhabi, UAE, and the U.S. Consulate in Dubai, UAE, have instructed their staff to shelter in place, take cover. They say, "We recommend all Americans in the UAE do the same until further notice." All Americans in the UAE are being told to shelter in place and take cover. Also, U.S. Embassy in Amman, Jordan, shelter in place for all personnel. We recommend all Americans do the same in Jordan until further notice. Currently, I do not see any active rocket alerts. So let me try to get you some updates about what has been going on. I do not know if any Iranian missiles have hit Israel. I have not had time to even check. Turn that sound off for a second. So let me see what kind of reports I'm seeing. Al Jazeera English's Claude Atanios says Tasnim news agency in Iran says there are new explosions heard. Oh, there's more rocket alerts now in northern Israel to the east of Haifa. I don't believe I even have a camera in that area. That's Sea of Galilee area and northeast Israel. these don't seem like I'm not hearing about huge waves of rockets or missiles at this point. Channel 12 News is showing some damage in Haifa to a building. You can also have interceptions where the debris comes down and causes damage. The Israeli Defense Forces say you are asked to continue to obey the Home Front Command's instructions and the instructions that are distributed to you. You must remain in a protected area in Israel until further official notification. Some more rocket alerts coming out. These are, I just saw one for Golan Heights region, I believe it is, and also northeast of the country. I don't have a camera there right now. Netanyahu, I think, is giving a statement. Oh, he gave a statement a little while ago. So if I get an English language version and I have time, I'll play it. There's just so many developments happening. Again, Mer News says some enemy missiles have hit locations in eastern Tehran. Tasnim News reports the head of the judiciary of Iran is in perfect health. I'm gonna read you a statement here. This is Tasnim State Media. Tasnim State Media in Iran says another attack by U.S. and Israel in the middle of nuclear negotiations. For the second time in less than a year, the U.S. has shown it places no value on negotiation. That's what Iran State Media is saying. The U.S. and Israel once again launched military operations against the Iranian nation in the midst of negotiations. Iranian state media says, the enemy's approach suggests that the gesture of diplomacy and dialogue is a mask for a military attack for them. The world once again saw Iran's righteousness and goodwill, and now from today, it will also witness Iran's iron fist against its enemies. So N12 News says reports of attacks on Karg Island in the Persian Gulf considered a major target for Iran's oil industry. I cannot confirm that. I saw that report from N12 News Israel. A lot of unconfirmed stuff floating around right now. Unconfirmed report of an explosion in Bahrain. I don't know if that's really true. I'm seeing an unconfirmed report. Ministry of Interior Bahrain says The siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. That is from Bahrain Interior Ministry. A lot of rumors floating out around now, so I would be careful with all the rumors floating around. OSINT Technical says multiple rumors of an explosion in Bahrain. Al Arabiya, sounds of explosions have been heard in Bahrain. According to Al Arabiya, sounds of explosions in Bahrain. Yes, Al Jazeera says, Bahraini media says explosions heard in Bahrain. Bahrain is right near Qatar. It's across the Persian Gulf from Iran. It's right near Qatar and Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. And it's across the Persian Gulf from Iran. So I don't know what's going on there, but there are reports of an explosion or explosions in Bahrain. I'll see if I can get you more about that. And also, hang on a moment. The U.S. Embassy in Qatar, well, they said this 2 hours ago. They said shelter in place for all personnel. And we recommend all Americans do the same until further notice. Again, reports of explosions in Bahrain. I don't have details at the moment. Trying to get more updates. Oh, now, Mehr News Agency claims, they are Iranian state media, they claim explosions have been heard at the U.S. naval base Jufair in Bahrain. That's what Mehr News Agency claims. I haven't seen that anywhere else. So I don't know if that's just them, saying it in Iranian state media. PM Breaking News posted a video of an explosion apparently in Bahrain. Michael Horowitz says UAE partially closes its airspace. Oh, hold on a second here. All right. A lot of news happening right now. Trying to get you reports on this. Hang on a moment. Thanks for your patience. I have a statement from the Israeli military about this operation, which I'll read to you when I get a chance. What are they showing on Al Jazeera? What am I looking at on Al Jazeera? I don't even know. Something in the sky. Maybe there was an interception or something. It says, I don't know. It said in Jerusalem. It looks like maybe, are they showing an interception in the sky or something? Yeah, I'm trying to get you an update on Bahrain, guys. I need a second. Yes, again, explosions reported in Bahrain. Oh, Al Jazeera says images show a missile falling in the Bahraini capital. Al Jazeera says images show a rocket falling or a missile falling in the Bahraini capital of Manama. That's according to Al Jazeera. I'm seeing some pictures online claiming to be Bahrain and showing smoke. I have no idea what this smoke is from and what this explosion might be from. Again, a lot of outlets reporting explosion in Bahrain. But I just don't know right now what exactly is happening there. Bahrain says seek shelter in the nearest building or take cover in non-exposed areas until the danger has passed. They say seek shelter in the nearest building or take cover in non-exposed areas until the danger has passed. That just was announced by Bahrain, by their interior ministry. So it sounds like there might be some sort of attack going on in Bahrain. Joe Truzman, who I follow, he says initial reports of a missile attack in Bahrain near a U.S. base. I just posted a link to that in the chat. I just don't have reliable information on what exactly is going on there. Trying to get you more. Again, Iranian media is claiming that an American base in Iran was targeted. I do not know if that's true. That's certainly something they could misrepresent about in the Iranian media. So we just have to wait for more information on that. But a bunch of photos and going around of a big smoke column in Bahrain. I'm seeing maybe new rocket alerts going on. Yes, new rocket alerts, including Haifa and across the north of the country. Let me get the volume on from the Haifa. Haifa all the way across the north of Israel. So we'll have to see. I'll make this bigger right now. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry. Oh, I know what I did. Sorry. Here. Oh, breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Caitlin Collins with CNN. CNN's Caitlin Collins reports that Qatar has intercepted 2 Iranian missiles over Qatar. Qatar has intercepted 2 Iranian missiles over Qatar, reports CNN. Also, reportedly explosions in Bahrain. Flight Radar 24 says airspace over Doha, Qatar, and airspace in Bahrain has been closed. I have an update for you. Reuters is reporting Reuters' Idris Ali reports smoke seen from Bahrain's Jufair area housing U.S. Navy base, a witness says. We have sirens going off now in Haifa. Haifa sirens. Haifa sirens. What's happening now? Cameras panning around. We see, looks maybe an interception up there. Maybe an interception up there with the smoke trail. Guys, there are unconfirmed reports. Hold on. A report of a loud bang in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Report of a loud bang. Reuters reports a loud bang in the UAE in Abu Dhabi now. So we're hearing reports of an explosion in Bahrain, reports of a loud bang in Abu Dhabi. Oh, maybe an interceptor going up right there on the camera in Haifa. Unclear if anything happened at a U.S. base in Bahrain. Looks like that is a possible interception above the sky in Haifa. Oh, you just heard a boom. Just heard a boom. Maybe another interception. I'm seeing some new rocket alerts in the east of the country, south of Jerusalem. What's going on in Bahrain? What's going on in the UAE? I do not know right now. Some unconfirmed reports of explosions in these places. Iranian media claims they have attacked a U.S. base in Bahrain. I don't know if that's true. I'm going to turn down the volume from there because, again, I want to keep you guys updated on what's going on. Let me just turn it up now because they're panning around. But Bahrain and UAE, what is happening in these places? A lot of unconfirmed reports flying around right now. And I just don't know for sure. Al Arabiya says, AFP says sirens are sounding near the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Have there been explosions in the UAE? I do not know. But I'm turning the sound off on this now because I can't think and there's no sirens there. So I'm turning the sound off on it right now. If there's more rocket alerts there, I'll turn the sound on. I need to be able to think. So again, we do not know if they're real. Apparently it looks like something has been hit in Bahrain, but we don't know what. There's unconfirmed report of explosion or explosions in the UAE. That's unconfirmed. So, you know, it would not be surprising if Iran had launched strikes on these different countries. What's happening now on this camera, I don't know. Let's turn maybe a plane flying overhead or something? There are more. Hold on, maybe an interceptor. Maybe an interceptor. Or a plane, I don't know what. We're hearing something on the Haifa cam. The Jerusalem Post reports that 70,000 reservists have been 70,000 IDF reservists have been drafted in Israel. Is that smoke? I don't see smoke anywhere. I don't know. Yeah, I would be very careful. I would be very careful with all these unconfirmed reports flying around, claiming that things have been hit. Just a lot of unconfirmed stuff flying around right now. If something big has been hit, you'll eventually know it and they'll get confirmed, but I would just be careful with these reports flying around. I'm going to turn this down a bit because it's just too loud. We certainly, I mean, I can't speak for the whole country, but on the cameras I've seen, these rocket alerts they've not shown like tons of missiles coming in. This looks like maybe some more alerts. Yes, some more alerts south of Tel Aviv and in the Haifa area. So let me get the Tel Aviv, south of Tel Aviv, not Tel Aviv, south of Tel Aviv. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that up there in the back maybe. Where is that one? Here. There's Tel Aviv and Haifa. But there are some alerts going on south of Tel Aviv right now. I don't have a camera for that specific area. And some to the north of the country, further east of Haifa. But really trying to get more information about what is going on. The Washington Post says the sound of 4 explosions was heard southeast of Baghdad in the Jerf al-Sakar area. The area is widely controlled by Kataib Hezbollah. It has been targeted by the U.S. multiple times previously. So Mustafa Salim of the Washington Post says explosions heard in an area southeast of Baghdad. Tasnim news agency, which is Iranian state media, says Iran attacks American bases in the region. All U.S. bases and interests in the region were targeted by Iranian missiles. That is what Tasnim news agency is saying. Okay? Iranian state media. Iran attacks American bases in the region. All U.S. bases and interests in the region were targeted by Iranian missiles. That's what Tasnim State Media said. I don't know that that's true, but that's what they said. So it certainly looks like, in addition to firing projectiles at Israel, Iran has been firing projectiles of some sort at countries like Qatar, Bahrain, and the UAE. That seems to be happening from the reporting we're seeing. Oh, there are alerts near Tel Aviv right now. Hold on. South of Tel Aviv. I have the audio on from both of these shots. But the cameras aren't showing anything. Also, some alerts near Jerusalem. We got to keep an eye on that as well. Hold on. Trying to figure out how to get this for you. I don't even know where the alerts are going off. I have no idea. Probably Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. So I should probably get this camera up there. Okay, that's Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. So those are the ones we're looking at. Jerusalem and Tel Aviv cameras. AP reports, hold on. I think we have some breaking news. Breaking news, we have breaking news. U.S. base in Bahrain has been attacked, according to Bahrain. I'm seeing that Bahrain is saying that a U.S. base has been attacked in Bahrain. Bahrain says the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack. Also, Matthew Keyes mentioned that Sky News is showing some smoke seen in Jerusalem. But I don't see it on my, I gotta turn off the sound. Hang on, I just can't think. Hold on. Maybe Haifa? Hold on, let me, what's going on in the Haifa? Is there an alert going on in Haifa right now? Let me turn that one on. There's Haifa. That's Haifa right there. But I think it was going on, now it's not. Oh, hold on, Haifa. Hold on. Haifa alert right now. Haifa alert right now. This is Haifa, Israel. Guys, again, Bahrain is reporting that a U.S. base in Bahrain has been attacked. So I got to get more on what the situation... Oh, hold on, what's happening now? What's happening now? Breaking news, the IDF just posted the Israeli Air Force is currently... we just saw an interceptor go up. There's an interceptor right there. There's an interceptor flying up in the sky. There's an interceptor that just went up right there on the camera. Israel says their Air Force is currently attacking a series of military targets in western Iran in a large-scale operational fight. Again, Israel just posted that their Air Force is currently attacking a series of military targets in western Iran in a large-scale operational fight.
כן, זהו, אין שום... יש משהו כזה, אני לא יודע אם זה ענן או שובל. איפה?
Matt Bradley says, we just heard more air raid sirens in Tel Aviv and a sound of impacts, likely interceptions in Tel Aviv. Hold on, I got to turn this down. I got to turn it down when I get the chance because there's too much happening here. And I got to get you up to date on what is going on in Bahrain. Bahrain said a U.S. base was attacked in Bahrain. But I don't have details on what happened. Again, Israel says its Air Force is currently conducting an extensive wave of airstrikes in western Iran. They say that they are conducting a large-scale airstrike targeting a series of military targets in western Iran. That was just said by the Israeli military. They just said it, okay? There are rocket alerts now in, well, some in Haifa, I guess. I got to turn that back on. And northern Israel, far northern Israel, where I do not have a camera. There are some missile or rocket alerts there happening. Meanwhile, I'm trying to find out what else is going on. Parallel Universe, who I know in Israel, he is hearing explosions where he is.
פיצוצים, הרבה פיצוצים. מה זה?
Guy Elster, who I think is in Israel, he says several missile impacts reported in northern and central Israel, unclear if there are casualties. I can't even keep up with everything, to be honest. I just honestly can't keep up. There's too much to look up. I have not even had a chance to catch up on everything. I don't even know. I haven't even got a chance to look about impacts in Israel. I haven't had time. There's just been too many reports about everything going on. Qatar's Ministry of Defense says we were able to successfully intercept several attacks aimed at our territory, according to Channel 12 Israel. More sirens. Where are these? This is in Haifa. Haifa sirens. Wait, why are we not seeing Haifa? That's Haifa right there. Oh, sorry. That's the Haifa shot right there. Hold on, I gotta fix that shot. That's better. That's the Haifa shot. Right there. There's also south of Tel Aviv, there's now alerts south of Tel Aviv as well. We have alerts in the south of Tel Aviv and Tel Aviv area too. Tel Aviv area. All these alerts. Again, the Israeli Air Force says they are currently conducting airstrikes in western Iran. Roy Case says there were interceptions in Kuwait. Reuters says blasts were heard in Qatar, possibly interceptions.
איפה?
Oh, I have a Qatar video too. But nothing's really showing on there. There's just too much here. Keep an eye on that. Tel Aviv, Haifa, Qatar. There's just too much going on. Again, a lot of unconfirmed stuff floating around right now. More alerts. North of the country, rocket alerts now, center of Israel and the north of Israel. We don't even really have a good idea of what's been hit in Iran and what is being hit in Iran. We just don't know. And I still don't know what exactly, again, there are reports that a U.S. base was hit in Bahrain, but that's very sketchy. Oh, some kind of interception, it sounds like we just heard. It looks like we see an interception right there on the cam, maybe an interception on the Haifa cam right now. Interceptor going up on the Haifa cam right now. That's on the, look at that on the Haifa cam. That's the interceptor. There it is. You can hear it. More sirens. More sirens. Haifa area. Haifa area. Look at this. Maybe another interception. Looks, you can see in the sky there, well, definitely maybe some interceptions going on. Iran is now in the midst of a near total internet blackout, says NetBlocks, as these Israel and U.S. attacks go on. Oh, there's a video. Again, I don't know for sure if the video... There's a video floating around of a missile hit supposedly in Bahrain. I do not know if that missile hit a U.S. base. I just posted a link in the chat to this video, but it's an unverified video of an explosion. There's been video floating around of a purported explosion in Bahrain. Blasts heard in Doha, Reuters witness. So, again, we just have to wait and see what is happening with all of these reports. I do have a Doha live cam. Let me see if I can get the Doha live cam up really quick. Hang on, guys. Let me try to get the Doha live cam up quick. Give me a moment here. Hang on. Hang on a moment. All right, that's Doha. That's Doha, Qatar. Doha, Qatar is on the screen. That is live from Doha, Qatar. Can you hear anything? That's in Doha, Qatar. So, for whatever that's worth, I don't know if we'll see anything on it, but I got to keep switching back and forth. So we'll keep switching back and forth between the different shots. Phil Stewart says Israel military spokesperson issues evacuation warning for all residents near military installations in Iran. Let me check out that, if I can find that original post there. I just saw that report from Reuters. Hang on. Now what's happening? I'm seeing something on the other camera, on the Haifa camera. Hold on now. A Haifa camera. I just saw an interceptor go up on that camera. Now what's happening? Not that one. There's the Haifa camera right there. There's the Haifa camera. Interceptor going up on the Haifa camera. So let's, for the moment, do that. That's Haifa. That is the Haifa camera. Right there. Maybe just heard a boom on, maybe just heard an interception on the Haifa camera.
לצלם את הפגיעות בים.
אם אתה סגור, אז לא יודעים איפה. אם אתה פתוח וגורש,
הנה עוד פעם קריאת חיים.
Israel defense warning. Israel defense warning to all individuals.
זה מולנו קריאת חיים?
כן, פה. זה יוצא או
To all individuals inside or in the vicinity of military weapons production facilities and military infrastructure facilities across Iran, you are located near weapons and military facilities that are considered dangerous. For your safety and well-being, we urge you to immediately evacuate these areas and remain outside of them until further notice. So, Israel just posted a warning to anybody who is inside or near military weapons production facilities and factories, military weapons production factories and military infrastructure facilities across Iran. They said, you need to go away. You need to evacuate.
עוד משהו? כן, איפה אתם רואים את זה?
נראה לי זה מהפיצוצים של קודם.
לא, זה משהו עכשיו
לא, כי אין עימותים.
Here is
יש בעכו משהו.
there's video being posted again of a missile that hit a while ago in Bahrain. I don't know if it hit a U.S. base or not. Tyler Rogaway says it appears to be the heart of the installation. So, again, I don't know about this. I cannot confirm this. I just want to show you something on the screen here. You can see here, I got to turn the sound down. It's driving me crazy. Tyler Rogaway from the war zone says major hit here appears to be the heart of the installation. OSINT Technical says footage of an Iranian ballistic missile hitting the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet at Naval Support Activity, Bahrain, earlier today. I cannot confirm that that facility has been hit, but it's going around. There are unconfirmed reports going around of that facility being hit. And AP said, I believe they said that Bahrain had confirmed something about this. So let me try to find that for you. Give me a moment here. Bahrain says, yes, Bahrain says that several facilities were hit inside the kingdom as a result of an aggression from outside the country. Also, AP says Bahrain says the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack. Targeted. I don't know if that means hit. All right, hang on a moment here. Currently, I don't see any rocket alerts or missile warnings, so maybe I have a brief second. You know, so U.S. and Israel are attacking Iran. Iran is responding by launching some projectiles of maybe missiles and rockets, or maybe just missiles, I don't know, at Israel and some Gulf countries. Looks like one or more missiles hit in Bahrain. I don't know about other countries. Possibly a U.S. base hit in Bahrain. We really don't know what the damage has been in Iran from all of these Israel and U.S. strikes. Tala Ramadan of Reuters said a loud bang has been heard near Dubai's Marina neighborhood. A loud bang heard in Dubai. Loud bang heard in Dubai. So I'm really just trying to just keep up with everything. There's honestly just too much to keep up with. I literally haven't even had time to read you Netanyahu's statement or the Israeli military statement about the operation. That is how much has been going on. Haven't had time to replay Trump's speech. Too much going on. So again, we're hearing about a new explosion in Dubai. While I have a second here, let me just try to check for some reports. And I've heard some reports here and there about some kind of damage in Israel. I don't have a good sense of it right now. Unconfirmed report of explosions in Riyadh. From Channel 12 News, they say, and report of additional explosions in Abu Dhabi, says Channel 12 Israel. Again, I can't confirm any of this. Hearing about maybe some reports of explosions in Riyadh or Saudi Arabia. Okay, hang on a moment. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just looking at what I have here. There's so much happening. One of the cameras, further live coverage. Let me just get rid of that camera for a second. Hang on, there's too much happening. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. So are there explosions in Saudi Arabia? I don't know. Again, I'm hearing unconfirmed reports of explosions in Dubai and Abu Dhabi in the UAE. Idris Ali of Reuters says loud bang heard near Dubai's Marina neighborhood. N12 News says explosions reported in Dubai. Barack Ravid says U.S. official says Trump expected to deliver a speech this morning U.S. time in addition to the video he released tonight. It is 4:48 a.m. Eastern time right now. I don't have details on the Dubai explosions right now. I am seeing some reports of possibly maybe some more rocket alerts in Israel. Yes, rocket alerts in northern Israel. Let me get the Haifa. I got to get the Haifa feedback. Hold on a second. Now I got to get the Haifa feed back. So I just need a second here to pull this up. Where is that feed? That's Jerusalem. That's this one. I got to get the Haifa feed back. Give me a moment. There's just too much happening. Let me get the Haifa feed. I am getting a feed from Haifa right now so I can put it on the screen for you, because there's some alerts. Okay. There. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Or is it? No. Hang on. Let me fix whatever's here. We don't want that one. We want... Hang on. I got to get the right thing up. There. That's Haifa right there. That is Haifa right there. Okay. There are. We're seeing something on the screen there. Camera's moving. I'm seeing an interceptor go up. It looks like interceptor on the Haifa cam. Right there. Look at that. There are a few, actually, I don't even see the alerts there anymore. There are a few alerts in northern Israel right now. So you're looking at the Haifa feed there.
יש אירוע, תשאר אליי עכשיו הדובר של המשטרה.
There's also a question of whether leaders have been taken out in Iran, and I just don't know. There are some claims that some Iranian leadership has been targeted. Hold on, keep an eye out on the Haifa feed, because I think we're going to see some more. I'm seeing some alerts in Israel, in northern Israel and southern Israel. So we may see more alerts on this feed right here. What's happening right now? Oh, hold on. I think I got the better version back. It's not what I wanted. That's Doha. That's Haifa as well, right there. But what I got to do... There. There. That is Haifa. There are some alerts in northern and southern Israel right now. Actually, now a bunch of alerts near Jerusalem. A bunch of alerts near Jerusalem as well, so I got to get that on the screen. So there's Jerusalem, and then I need to get... Haifa as well. Both of them.
כי אני לא רואה בקבוצה של העיתונאים במשפט שזה...
אני לא באופן כללי.
המצנים האלה לא יכולים לקנות לי טלפון חדש.
Some alerts in northern Israel, some alerts in Jerusalem area. I'm trying to keep up with everything else going on.
הבטריה כל הזמן נגמרת, כל הזמן מתקרבת
B&O News is claiming one person was killed from falling debris in Abu Dhabi after UAE intercepts Iranian missiles. That's what B&O News is saying. B&O News is saying that one person was killed from falling debris in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. AFP says loud explosions heard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Explosions heard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Breaking news. I have more breaking news. I gotta turn the sound down. I'm sorry. I gotta turn the sound down. Barak Ravid says, Israeli officials say the IDF has conducted strikes against Iranian senior commanders and political leaders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei and President Pezeshkian. I'm going to read this again. Barak Ravid reports Israeli officials say the IDF has conducted strikes against Iranian senior commanders and political leaders, including Supreme Leader Khamenei and President Pezeshkian. I don't know if any of those were successful.
לא, לא פה, הולך לעץ, אני הולך לעץ. כן, זה פה מפריח. מקסימום, תראה, תוציא את הבולבול שם למטה. תעשה, כן, זה אתה יכול.
I don't see any rocket alerts right now, so as I said, I have no idea what has been hit in Iran, what's being hit in Iran, who's being hit in Iran. We just don't know that right now. There's so much we don't know. And there is an unconfirmed report of somebody dying in Dubai from debris falling. Okay, hold on a moment here. Yes, Al Jazeera says the Emirates News Agency, which is UAE, one person killed after missile fragments fell on a residential area in Abu Dhabi. That's according to the Emirates News Agency, says Al Jazeera. Hold on, maybe I can pull this up here. That's what I need to do. Hang on a second here. Maybe I can get their feed up. Bear with me, please. The UAE announces it successfully intercepted a number of Iranian missiles across the country. That's what the UAE says. Bear with me here. No current rocket alerts I am seeing in Israel at the moment. So maybe I can take 2 seconds and try to get caught up on all the other things going on. What is this? Hold on a second here. Reports say that Israel and the U.S. are planning for multiple days of attacks. So again, it is being reported that Israel has targeted Iranian leadership, including the supreme leader and the president in Iran. Channel 12 News Israel says Israeli official assesses great success in harming the Iranian leadership. We don't know if Iranian leaders have been killed today or injured. Remember that President Trump, in a video message, said to the Iranian people, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. That's what President Trump said in his video. Give me a moment here. Oh, what's going on? Is there something going on in Haifa? I am not, if I look at the alerts, I don't see any current alerts, any current rocket alerts. What is this? Where is Halabja? I have a video from, I don't even know where this is from. Halabja? That's in Iraq. There's a video from Iraq. Well, I'll keep an eye on that video in Iraq. That's a video. That's in Iraq near Iran. I have a video from Iraq near the Iran border. I don't really see anything happening on that video, though. Keep an eye on it. Yes, Barack Ravid says President Trump is expected to address the nation on Saturday morning, in addition to the video released overnight. Again, President Trump expected to address the U.S. on Saturday morning. The Jordanian army is reportedly claiming that 2 missiles targeting the country were shot down. I cannot confirm that information. They're reportedly claiming that. A lot of confusion now about what has happened in Bahrain. Was a U.S. base hit there? Were any targets hit in places like the UAE and Saudi Arabia? Roy Case reports explosions in the Kurdish region of Iraq. There is a large American base there in Erbil. I don't know what else to say about that. We'll have to just see. A lot of unconfirmed reports floating around. CNN said they heard multiple explosions in Dubai. I don't know what those were. While I have a chance, what I'd like to do is read you what the Israeli military had to say. They released a statement, the Israeli military, about this, and they said, if I can pull it up here, by the way, the IDF says they are reinforcing forces across all sectors. They are doing a large-scale reinforcement of ground forces across all sectors and regional commands, Israel says. Okay, so Israel's statement, Roaring Lion, the IDF and the U.S. Armed Forces have launched a broad and joint campaign to thoroughly degrade the Iranian terrorist regime and to remove essential threats to the state of Israel over time. The IDF announces that the IDF and USA Armed Forces, I just said that, okay, the strike targeted dozens of military targets and was carried out as part of a broad, coordinated, and joint operation against the regime. The Iranian regime, Israel says, has not abandoned its plan to destroy Israel in recent months, and despite the severe blow it sustained during Operation Rising Lion, the IDF identified that the regime continued efforts to advance production, fortify, and conceal its nuclear program alongside rehabilitating its missile production processes. In addition, the regime has continued financing, training, and arming its proxies positioned on Israel's borders. These actions constitute an existential threat to the state of Israel and pose a danger to the Middle East and the world as a whole. In the months preceding the strike, close and joint planning was conducted between the IDF and the U.S. military, enabling the execution of the broad strike in full synchronization and coordination between the two militaries. The IDF, across all of its branches, carried out a meticulous and long-term preparation process for this operation, both in defensive systems and various offensive plans. They also say, the IDF, the Chief of the General Staff and IDF commanders are currently conducting a situational assessment. Numerous IDF forces are deployed in forward defense and in readiness for offensive operations across all sectors and against any enemy. The public is instructed to follow Home Front Command guidelines and remain updated regularly. Civilian resilience and strict adherence to the instructions save lives and constitute a critical component of success of the operation. The IDF will continue to act to remove any emerging threat against the citizens of the State of Israel anywhere and at any time. Even at this hour, Israeli Air Force fighter jets continue to strike targets across Iran based on precise intelligence. Operations will continue as required. That is what Israel said. Oh, now Israel just said, hold on, Israel Home Front Command said something. Hold on, I'm trying to pull it up here. Israel Home Front Command just announced 5 minutes ago, you can leave your protected area, but you must remain near it. Again, Israel Home Front Command says you can leave the protected area, but you must remain near it. The IDF says, after assessing the situation, the Home Front Command issued instructions that it is possible to leave the protected area and to continue to stay in close proximity to protected areas throughout the country. Rescue and rescue forces are operating in several areas across the country where reports of missile falls have been received. Crowds should be avoided in these areas. So again, Israel is allowing people to leave their protective areas. Roy Case, who is an Israeli reporter, he says several senior commanders in the Revolutionary Guards and political officials were killed in the U.S.-Israeli strikes, according to an Iranian source close to the establishment. We'll have to see if that's confirmed. Fox News' Jennifer Griffin says a U.S. official says the airstrikes will last not hours but days. No casualties from strike targeting U.S. base in Bahrain. Jennifer Griffin from Fox News says a U.S. official says the airstrikes will not last hours but days, and also no casualties from strike targeting U.S. base in Bahrain. Multiple reports say Israel targeted the supreme leader and the president of Iran in the attack this morning, among other targets. We do not know for sure if they survived or they were hit or anything. An Iranian source told Reuters that several senior Revolutionary Guard commanders and political officials have been killed in the U.S.-Israeli strikes. Lindsey Graham posted saying, "As I watch and monitor this historic operation, I am in awe of President Trump's determination to be a man of peace, but at the end of the day, evil's worst nightmare. Well done, Mr. President." That's what Lindsey Graham said. 4 minutes ago, Al Jazeera said sirens were sounding again in Kuwait. N12 News Israel says Iranian media claims the foreign minister of Iran is in a safe place. Channel 12 News says in the UAE, they say several missiles were successfully intercepted. At least one person was killed by an Iranian missile in our territory. N12 News says, Israeli assessment, good chance that Khamenei's advisor and responsible for the nuclear program, Ali Shamkhani, will be eliminated. Again, Trump is supposed to speak this morning at some point. Kind of like to replay what he said. I haven't even had time to replay what he said. I probably should replay what Trump said. He spoke for 8 minutes. Yeah, I might do that while I have a chance. Hillel Bittin Rosen, Israeli reporter, says, according to initial information received in Israel, it is highly likely that at least 3 senior officials were eliminated, including Revolutionary Guards Commander Fakhpour, the Iranian Minister of Defense, and the head of the Intelligence Directorate, Saleh Assadi. Reuters says the U.S. and Israel targeted Iran's supreme leader and the Iranian president, but the results of those strikes are unclear. All right, why don't we, I think at the moment I should play what President Trump had to say. That's what I'm going to do right now. I need to take a minute and get a little more water anyway. So let me put on President Trump, what he had to say, for those who haven't seen it. Hang on, I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now. Here is President Trump coming up, his announcement about what has happened. I'm going to disappear for a second while I play this. If you give me a second. Disappear for a minute, maybe 2 minutes. Hold on. All right, I'm going to hit play on this. Give me a moment.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran.
I have to interrupt because there's a new launches detected of missiles by Israel. New launches of Iranian missiles have been detected. So I need to take a moment here. Hang on a moment. I am seeing this reporting of new launches detected. Israel has detected new missiles launched. So we should be seeing some more missile alerts soon. More missile alerts coming in the next few minutes in Israel. I don't know where. That is Haifa in Jerusalem. And I should have a Tel Aviv shot too. Yes, I have a camera in Tel Aviv too. So we just have to wait and see where these missile warnings come up. But again, new missiles detected launched from Iran. Oh, several explosions heard near Abu Dhabi's main airport, according to a Reuters witness. So Phil Stewart reports a Reuters witness hears several explosions heard in Abu Dhabi near the city's main airport. Okay? So that's happening too. So report of explosions in Abu Dhabi. Also, we're waiting for new missile alerts in Israel because new missile launches have been detected. That is according to the Home Front Command. They posted this. Israel Home Front Command said, new alerts coming right now. So these are Red Sea, okay, middle of the Jerusalem area, south of Jerusalem. these are more south. Here, I'll show you here. I'd like to show you real quick. You'll see it in a second. But middle of the country-ish, south of Jerusalem, Beersheba. Beersheba. I don't have a camera in Beersheba, so I don't know that any of the cameras I have are going to catch these missiles. But that is the area right there where currently the alerts are going. And you can see more coming in, but again, south of Jerusalem. And we have a Jerusalem camera, but I don't know that you're going to see these on the Jerusalem camera. They're significantly south. So missile alerts going on. There could be more coming up. I don't know if I'll put the sound on the Jerusalem camera. I don't know that we'll hear anything on it or see anything on it because it is south of there. But let me check on the reports of explosions. There was a report of explosions in Abu Dhabi near the city's main airport. So let me see if I can find anything about that. Yeah, the IDF says they have identified missiles launched from Iran toward the state of Israel. There are currently some alerts, just south of Jerusalem actually now. So I'm going to pull up the Jerusalem camera here, because just south of there is where there's some alerts. So I don't know if we'll see anything on this camera, but this is the Jerusalem camera. Might be too far away. Just saw a new alert pop up. But again, a bunch of them in the West Bank. In the West Bank, south of Jerusalem, there are a bunch of alerts going on. Well, a number of missile alerts. So we'll have to just wait and see what happens with that. Trey Yingst says Fox News was told that Iran's supreme leader and president were targeted, as well as those responsible for commanding the mass murder of Iranian protesters. Battle damage assessments will come out later, a senior Israeli official told Fox News. I just heard a boom right now. Maybe an intercept. We might have just heard an interception on the camera. Oh, near Tel Aviv. Hold on, Tel Aviv. A bunch of alerts in Tel Aviv. Let me turn that on. Tel Aviv right now. I'm going to put it up there for you. Where is it? There's Tel Aviv. All right, I got to get them both up there. A bunch of alerts in Tel Aviv area right now. I'm going to go away from the Jerusalem camera and let's focus on Tel Aviv because a bunch of alerts there right now. You might hear sirens on this camera soon. Coming up. Tel Aviv and to the east of Tel Aviv and to the north of Tel Aviv. And Tel Aviv and surrounding areas. So let's see what happens here. You may hear sirens in a moment. I'm not hearing it on the camera right this second. So again, a bunch of alerts going off in the Tel Aviv area. A bunch of them just disappeared, though. So a bunch of them disappeared, and now there's a bunch to the east. As the missiles get closer, some of the alerts will go away as they pinpoint where the missile is going. So I don't know if we're going to hear sirens on this. There seem to be some alerts to the east of Tel Aviv right now. East of Tel Aviv. Now this camera. Oh, sirens! We got the sirens right now. Sirens right now in Tel Aviv. Right now. We heard them briefly. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't even have this right up here. This is not weird. Maybe we just heard an interception right now. So there are some alerts still to the east and north of Tel Aviv. The Tel Aviv alerts seem to have gone away on the map. But let me also check here. Turn this down, I think. Yeah, right now the alerts have stopped. I don't see any rocket alerts on the alert map right now. So I'm going to check on some other things here. That is, you're looking at the Tel Aviv shot. We have a Haifa shot too. There's Haifa. And got to check in also on heard some reports of possible explosions in Abu Dhabi. I don't know what to make of that, so I'm checking in on that right now. a CNN reporter, Becky Anderson, said, as I speak, she was in Abu Dhabi, and she said, as I speak, I can hear bombs going off, according to Brian Stelter. So I don't know what's going on there. We really don't know the damage that has happened in Iran, and what damage, what has been hit, and what people might have been hit and are being hit as these attacks continue in Iran. Trying to get you the latest updates here. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. I want to thank our moderators. Bastion Girl Serrero on Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Nightbot, Surly Dev, and Sully. Thank you. And over on YouTube, give me a moment here. Thanks, by the way, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. All of our YouTube moderators, huge thanks. Roberts May Queen, Ruth, Janet B., and all of our other moderators there. And thank you also to, hang on, I got to do something real quick here. Let me just do something really quick. Thanks for bearing with me. Give me a second here. I want to just thank the rest of our moderators. While I have 2 seconds to. Also, thank you to MJ527, Brian Beelman, just to thank a few more people, LGDH9MI. I'm way behind on thanking people. I'm sorry. Thanks, Kay Lowry Body moderating on Facebook. Margaret Riley, thanks for bearing with me. Hold on, Charlotte Webb here. Hold on, I want to just thank the rest. Hearing two of myself. Charlotte Webb, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson mods for us over there too. Thanks to all of our moderators. Okay, hang on a moment, please. Let's try to get you some more updates here. I don't see any rocket alerts or missile alerts in Israel. Hold on, I do see Homefront Command says you can leave the protected area, but you must stay in it. So Homefront Command just said you can leave the protected area in Israel, but you must stay near it. Stay near it. Okay. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel reports, since this morning, some 35 ballistic missiles were launched from Iran at Israel. That's not that many. Given all the sirens that we have heard and all the times there have been warnings in different areas, 35 is not that many, because that's spread out over a number of different alerts. Some of the missiles were intercepted by air defenses and others struck open areas. There have been reports of missile fragments landing across Israel with one person lightly hurt. 35, says Times of Israel, Manny Fabian. Flight Radar 24 said a little while ago some users were reporting errors when loading Flight Radar 24. I don't see, I just tried to load Flight Radar 24 here and I could not load it. I don't have a good sense on what has been hit in Iran so far. I mean, there's lots of claims about things being hit, but just don't know. France 24's Urshad Alijani says he believes the main strikes so far in Iran appear to be concentrated in the west and south of Iran, targeting military and missile sites in those regions. For example, defense and attack capabilities across the Persian Gulf shores are under attack. Oops, what just happens here? That's not what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. Sorry. This began in the daylight, in the daytime. I don't know when President Trump is going to speak this morning. Reportedly, he's going to speak this morning. Address the nation. President Trump said in his 8-minute video that he posted, when we are, to the Iranian people, he said, when we are finished, take over your government, it will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. That is what he said. Oh, now the Jerusalem Post says, Iran launched 125 missiles toward Israel, with some 35 entering Israeli airspace. It's possible a bunch of them got shot down before entering the airspace, right? Maybe the U.S. shot a bunch of those missiles down. But the Jerusalem Post says Iran launched 125 missiles toward Israel, with some 35 entering Israeli airspace. Now look, I mean, I was thinking this before. I know this is a huge deal. But, you know, the regime in Iran, if there's not going to be ground forces, I wonder if the regime in Iran is just like, let's just ride it out. We ride it out. We hunker down. We fire some missiles, and then hope that in 4 days it's over or something. I don't know. But, you know, you need to think, like, what is their strategy going to be? It's not like Iran's going to defeat the U.S. and Israel in a war, a regular war. So, you know, we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, I don't know how much, how many regime figures have been killed in these attacks by the U.S. and Israel. I just have absolutely no idea. Thank you, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince, Undbeebs, Blue Sun Chasers, Ken Lance. Just trying to thank a few people here. LG, DH9MI. Thank you, Pax, Abdullah Siraj, 1PVC Swede, Ortiz Gaming, Lidwine Elizabeth, Kala, Janet B. Thank you, Janet. Thanks for moderating. Charles Harmsey, Batatui, Snip R3W, Hairball. Hairball said a family member in Kuwait said they could see missiles being intercepted there. Thanks, Kingsman. Thank you so much, Lewis R. Thank you. Benny Hill. Snip. Ronnie from Tennessee. Sean TV. Thank you very much, Sean TV. Mill 2K11. Sorry, I'm so behind. Check Finnis. Hitman Roselli. This is interesting. An Israeli military official said in a news briefing today, focus of operation is not regime change. Even though President Trump explicitly called for regime change in his speech. Again, CNN says, an Israeli military official said in a news briefing today, said Israel's focus is not regime change, emphasizing that Israel's focus is on military targets. Hang on. Give me a quick moment here, sorry. Thanks for your patience. Just trying to catch up and get some details on what is going on. Again, Reuters witness another wave of blasts heard in Qatari capital Doha. That's according to Reuters witness. Now, I think I have a video from Doha. I don't see anything on the video. Let me show you the Doha video here. Can I get this on the screen for you? Let's see here. Yes, that is the Doha video right there. That's Doha, Qatar. Now, Reuters reported new explosions heard there. That is Doha, Qatar. I don't see anything. I mean, I can't see everything in Qatar there, but that at least is a live shot from Doha, Qatar. Maybe missiles are getting intercepted there. Oh, hold on. One of our viewers mentioned a statement from the Qatar Interior Ministry. I need to. Let me just do something real quick here. Oopsie. Give me one moment. I don't see any current rocket alerts on the rocket alert map or the missile alert map. One moment here. Sorry, I just have to grab a couple other things. It is 5:56 a.m. U.S. East Coast time. I do not know when Trump will be speaking. Reportedly, he will be speaking and addressing the nation. Reports of a number of areas being hit in Iran, numerous areas, but we don't know what exactly happened. What exactly the damage is. Faytuck's News mentioned that the New York Times said, satellite imagery shows a black plume of smoke and extensive damage at the secure compound of Iran's supreme leader, though his whereabouts were unclear. The satellite image shows collapsed buildings at the supreme leader's complex, which typically serves as his residence and main premises for hosting senior officials. Reportedly, there are reports saying Israel tried to take out Iran's president and supreme leader. Also, the New York Times says the attacks appear to have hit a part of Tehran that's home to Iran's former president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Another outlet is reporting this about the Supreme Leader being targeted. The Washington Post says that Ayatollah, Supreme Leader Khamenei, and other senior Iranian officials were targets in Saturday's strikes. The British military did not participate in the strikes, said the UK. I do not have any live feeds from Iran. I pretty much never have live feeds from Iran. The government there is pretty controlling over the media. I don't expect to get live feeds from Iran. Pretty much the only time I have ever had a live feed from Iran is when it was a government feed. So if I had them, I would give them to you. I don't have them. Barak Ravid posted and said, a senior Israeli official said the goal is to create the conditions for the overthrow of the regime. That's weird because an Israeli official said to CNN that the goal wasn't regime change. A senior Israeli official said, according to Barak Ravid, we are targeting all of Iran's political and military leadership, past, present, and future. The developments also depend on the question of how much the Iranian people will rise up. OSINT Technical said unconfirmed reports of an Iranian missile impact in Kuwait. I'll see if I find anything about that. I'm looking at some Israeli sources. I am looking at Middle Eastern sources, trying to find out more here. Iranian state media is claiming that 24 students in Manab were killed in the Israeli and American attacks on Iran. I cannot confirm that. I mean, I have no idea if that's true. Alerts to come. There are alerts expected coming up in Israel. Alerts are expected shortly in Israel, according to Home Front Command. Thanks for mentioning that in the chat, so I'll keep an eye on that. Let me, meanwhile, in preparation for that, get a couple of the Israel feeds up on the screen. Let me do this. Give me 1 second. I want to get the feeds on the screen. This. That there. That there. Okay, get rid of that. That's right there. That is Tel Aviv. That's the Tel Aviv feed. And that is Haifa. Tel Aviv and Haifa. Israel. Hold on. Alerts. I'm not seeing the alerts yet. I don't see any rocket alerts yet. We do have a Jerusalem feed. Get that over there. The Israeli Air Force says the IDF identified that missiles were recently launched from Iran towards Israel. So, new missile alerts coming up. I'm waiting for them right now. I am waiting for them right now. Any moment now, we're supposed to be getting some more missile alerts. Hang on a moment. I haven't seen the alerts yet. Oh, hold on. More alerts. Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv alerts. Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. I'm turning on the audio for Tel Aviv. Alerts around Tel Aviv area. Alerts around the Tel Aviv area. They are seeing alerts right now. Tel Aviv area. Hear the sirens right now. You can hear the sirens. You can hear the sirens right now. The camera is moving. The camera is moving. I'll also also east of Tel Aviv. I didn't hear any explosions. I don't know if things were. Oh, it looks like. Hey, it looks like we see an interceptor there. It does look like we see an interceptor right there. Oh, maybe we just heard a boom right there. I'm hearing more alerts now in southern Israel by Beersheva. I don't have a camera in southern Israel, but there are more alerts going off in southern Israel in Beersheva. I think we maybe heard a interception. But Beersheva in southern Israel, which I don't have a camera of, they are having alerts right now. Let me just show you here. You'll see it in a second on the SOFAR red alert map. There they are in Beersheva, southern Israel. I have an update, by the way. The New York Times posted a photo, Christian Trebert, a satellite photo from Airbus of the destruction at the Supreme Leader's compound in Tehran. I am posting a link to that right now. Christian Trebert of the New York Times posted it. He says there are several destroyed buildings there. While the current whereabouts of the Supreme Leader are unknown, the compound is generally used as his official residence. So the New York Times released a satellite photo showing destruction at the Supreme Leader's residential compound. Currently, there's a few alerts in southern Israel right now. A few alerts in southern Israel. Let's see here. Now there's, again, a couple near the Dead Sea. In the West Bank. I don't have cameras there. Again, destruction at the Supreme Leader's residential complex. We do not know for sure if the Supreme Leader was hurt in that strike. But it certainly looks like Israel tried to take out the Supreme Leader of Iran. Remember when Israel began its, I think it was a 12-day war last year, they began by targeting lots of Iranian leadership. So I don't know if that's something that Iran thought might happen again. Let me put the Haifa shot on there. It is 6:16 a.m. Eastern Time. War Room says, I have a bad feeling about this coming from a vet. Thanks for your service. Some of our viewers think it's the end of the Iranian regime. I do not know. Faytux News said there were dozens of internet misselceptions in Qatar. Yes, there was a camera there. My Qatar camera was not showing interceptions. Let me go back there. No, I can't see any on my camera. The Wall Street Journal also reports now that President Trump is expected to address the nation on Saturday. Multiple outlets reporting this. If this really is going to be a multiple day attack, how many days is this going to be? What's going to happen? I do not know. Yes, Trump is expected to address the nation on Saturday, says the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal also says many residents in Tehran are fleeing Tehran. One of the viewers said Flight Radar 24 is back. Nope, it says when I try to go to Flight Radar 24, it says we'll be back shortly. So I cannot look at it. New wave of bombs heard in Doha, Reuters witness. Faytux News said they saw a feed with some interceptions in Qatar. So maybe that was the booms heard in Doha. Alex Macheras, who is a reporter, Alex does Aviation reporting. He says UAE, the airspace in the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait remain closed. I'm apologizing for yawning. It's where I am. It's 8:20 a.m. Just so you know, I'm 2 hours. I'm still away. So, just so you're aware. I wonder when Trump will speak. Yeah, the reports of students in a school in Iran being killed are coming from Iranian state media. And I just can't trust it. It may be true, but I wouldn't put it past Iran state media to just make up a story about kids getting killed. So I just don't know what to make of it. Al Arabiya reports that their correspondent says a new wave of missiles was intercepted in Kuwait. A quick thank you to Christoph Cieslewski, Christoph, I think it was, and Michael Liang. Reuters says that long lines formed at gas stations and many Iranians began heading out of cities in search of safety as an attack by the U.S. and Israel spread fear on Iran, spread fear and panic throughout the country. Explosions rocked Tehran and columns of smoke rose into the sky, shaking the city at the start of the Iranian working week. Iran's top security body said it expected attacks to continue in Tehran and other cities and therefore urged people to travel to other cities where possible so that you may remain safe from the harm of these two regimes' acts of aggression. Schools and universities would be closed until further notice. The New York Times says, after strikes on one of its strongholds earlier today, Kataib Hezbollah, the most powerful Iran-allied militia in Iraq, announced it will retaliate. It claims it will soon begin attacking American bases in response to their aggression. Three Israeli officials told the New York Times a central objective of the first joint wave of strikes was to hit as many leaders as possible. Also, Israel said it had carried out a broad wave of strikes on multiple military targets in western Iran. Both multiple outlets say, officials from both countries say they expect the strikes to last several days. Again, has something happened to the supreme leader? We don't know. We just don't know. "6:26 a.m. Eastern Time. Yes, one of our viewers, was it Dwayne, who said, I'm not hearing anything about the nuclear sites? I haven't either. I really don't have specifics on the sites that have been hit, except for that there's satellite photos showing damage at the Supreme Leader's residential compound. But, don't have details on what kind of military targets have been hit, if officials have been killed. The White House has pushed the call time for the out-of-town press pool to 9 a.m. I'm assuming President Trump was up late with all of this. So again, it is 6:27. So President Trump isn't going to speak in the next couple hours because it's 6:27 a.m. The out-of-town press pool, which is at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump is, has been told to show up at 9 a.m. So it's going to be at least several hours, I would assume, until he speaks. Maybe I can play. Every time I've tried to play Trump's speech again, it gets interrupted. I don't think I've been able to replay it one time through. It's probably good to play it one time through for a replay. I haven't been able to replay it once. Iran says, Iranian state media says Iran's attacks will not be limited to U.S. military bases. All American interests will be subject to retaliatory attacks by Iran, says Iran state media. Tasneem. Use of the metro and buses in Tehran is now free, says Iran state media. Oh, what is this? What is this? Hold on a moment here. We have, you can leave the protected area, but you must stay in it in a number of areas. Must stay near it. So Israeli Home Front Command just said you can leave the protected area, but you must stay in it. Must stay near it in a number of areas. thank you from BC, who says, do I think Russia and China will get involved? I mean, they didn't really get involved last year when Israel attacked Iran, so I don't know that. I have no idea. I haven't seen any reports that they're planning to get seriously involved. I'll let you know if I hear anything. By the way, a quick thanks to, hold on a moment here. Thank you, City Mayors on Twitch, Moomed2, Sojer, Sully, and Helm X Breaker. Also, thank you to some people want to see Trump again. I think I'm going to show it again. Because, again, I haven't been able to replay it the whole way through even one time. So I would like to replay what he said in full one time. Thank you, Ty B. He says, now we have to risk soldiers, U.S. soldiers. Israel won't send any of their troops. Well, I mean, there's not supposed to be any U.S. ground troops from what Trump has said, I believe, before, but we'll see what happens. Thank you, J.A. Dawson, as was Irish Sweetness, from BC to the Future, J. Carver, Totally, Motani ICBM, Totally Notani ICBM, Totally Not an ICBM, Bob Newth, as was, Drew Lewis, War Room, Hebrew Jerusalem, Prince Kronos, City Locksmith Taylor, Stephen S., Unbeebs, Lore, Blue Chasers, Blue Sun Chasers, Ken Lance. Why don't I play President Trump? Let's see if I can get through one time playing him, replaying it, just one time, the whole way. Again, the U.S. and Israel launching strikes on Iran tonight. Iran launching some missiles at different countries in response. President Trump telling the Iranian people to rise up once the U.S. is done. CNN reports U.S. attack carried out by a joint force including Navy and Air Force planes, ship-launched munitions, as well as Space Force, Army, and Marine Corps assets. Oh, the Israeli Air Force has released some footage right now. Look at this. Some footage from the Israeli Air Force. Here, look at this. They said, Avache Adari. Initial footage from Operation Lion's Roar. The IDF launches a large-scale wave of airstrikes targeting hundreds of sites in western Iran. As part of Operation, it looks like there they blow up a missile. As part of Operation Lion's Roar, the Air Force, under the direction of Military Intelligence Directorate, attacked hundreds of military targets, including launch platforms belonging to the Iranian terrorist regime in western Iran. In parallel with the Air Force strikes in Iran, the air defense system is working to intercept threats launched from Iran towards the territory of the State of Israel. I think we should listen to what President Trump had to say. I think we should play this. I think we should play it and try to replay it. We should try to get through one complete replay of President Trump's remarks. I do think it's important. All right, we're going to look at what President Trump had to say. I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now. This is what he said earlier tonight. Oopsie. Let's do it a different way. There is President Trump. I'm going to say earlier tonight. Okay. Here's what he had to say about this, what happened, about what's going on.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
So Trump's saying to the people of Iran that when the U.S. is over, they should rise up and take over the country because, what were the exact words he said? He said, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. That's what he said. Let's see here. We are waiting to hear more about the results of these U.S. and Israel attacks on Iran so far. It is 6:47 a.m. Eastern Time. Did Israel manage to take out any senior leaders in Iran? We don't know yet. The supreme leader appears they attacked his compound. Yes, when we did our poll today, the majority of people thought the attack would be this week. Although myself included, once it got to daylight, most people were thinking, oh, it'll happen at night. This happened during the day. I have not heard of any American casualties at all from these actions today, or the Russia, or the Israel, or the Iranian responses. A senior Israeli official tells Barak Ravid, I think I mentioned this before. Yes, he said the goal is to create all the conditions A senior Israeli official told Barak Ravid that the goal is to create all the conditions for the downfall of the Iranian regime. We are targeting the entire Iranian leadership, political and military, past, present, and future. Developments will also depend on the extent to which the Iranian people rise up. I will say, I haven't been hearing the last hour or so of Iranian response. I don't know if there's currently, maybe the U.S. and Israel are assessing their strikes so far. I don't know if Iran hit a U.S. Navy base. That's not clear. Fox News reports there were no casualties. Fox News' Jennifer Griffin reported no casualties from strike targeting U.S. base in Bahrain. OSINT Technical says there is a report of a possible missile impact in or near an air base in Jordan that had been recently hosting U.S. troops. U.S. troops or U.S. fighter, maybe U.S. fighter jets. Yeah, so possibly an air base in Jordan being hit. We don't know. Our Channel 12 Israel just posted a report of explosions in Shiraz in southern Iran. There might be strikes going on all day. I am seeing, what is this here? Excuse me. Our viewer X Kyle thinks it's a very dangerous situation for the whole world. What is this shot? I have a shot, guys, from Qatar. Is there some smoke on this shot? I can't tell. Let me show you the shot from Qatar I was looking at. It says Al Wakra, view of U.S. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Maybe I can show you this. Oh, it is almost 9 a.m. here, by the way. Just letting you know. Where is this here?
ونرى بوضوح إذن هذه الموجة الجديدة عمليا من الصواريخ التي تم
Sorry about that audio. Why is that audio on? Okay, I don't know why that was doing that. Okay, hold on a moment here. Let's look at this. Is this smoke? Guys, this is Qatar. I have a live shot from Qatar I want to show you. That's not it. Right here. That's a live shot from Al Wakra, Qatar. I don't know if we're seeing like an explosion on the right or just what that smoke is from. Again, that's a view of the U.S. Al Udeid Air Base. Yes, as one of our viewers just said, I mean, it looks like there might be smoke on the right there, so I don't know what that's from. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Everything's falling apart. Is there volume on that? Let's see. Turn on the volume. Maybe some smoke on the right there. Oh, is that a, hey, that's an interceptor. Hey, we just saw either interceptors or missiles go up. Look at that. Wow. Maybe that's an interceptor we just saw. I think we just saw an interception over Qatar right now. I think that was an interception over Qatar. We just saw it. We just saw it. There you go. We saw it go up and we heard it. Wow. Channel 12 Israel says Israel estimates that the Revolutionary Guard commander Mohammed Pokapor was killed in the attack on Iran. Hang on a moment here. Thanks for your patience. A quick thank you. Let me thank a couple people. Thank you to Joe Miami, who hopes and prays it ends well for our troops, neighboring countries, and the wonderful people of Iran. Joe hopes it's the end of the Iranian government. Thanks to Thomas H. Also Igor. Thanks, Igor. Vin Dog Radio, Rob 93, Fukiesi, Kate C. Towers, Nancy the Nanny Goat, J.A. Dawson, 1XCD, SKU, PZ Wheats, Old Glory Standard, thank you, Beam Me Up, Tia Hepner, Abiyame, Marcus Jansen, Shades of Slay, as was, thank you. So President Trump is supposed to speak sometime today on this live. He's supposed to address the nation. I don't know when that is going to be. Iranian state media claims that 40 people were killed at a girls' primary school during this attack. I have no idea if that's true. That's from Iranian state media. Will this be going on for days? Don't know. That sound, oh, we might have just, do we maybe just see another interception? Look, look at that. What's happening? Something we just heard like a bang, and the camera's panning over. Maybe we just saw another interception. I think that was another interception. See, look, you'll see it right now, because you could see what looked like the interceptor going up, and we heard a boom. It's the second interception we've seen in about 10 minutes. Another one. There you go. Maybe just another one right now, too. We might have just heard another one. It is 3:36 p.m. in Iran. We have an update from the Israeli Defense Forces about some of the attack. The Israeli Defense Forces say this attack was carried out simultaneously. Hold on. We have an important update from the Israeli Defense Force. Important update from the Israeli Defense Forces. They just posted about the operation. Let me read you this post from the IDF. The IDF says, hold on, I'll tell you in a second. I'm going to read you what they posted. If this works. Why did it not post? I don't know. I could have swore I posted it. I'll read it to you. I don't know why I'm not seeing it on X, because I literally just posted it. I don't know if X is having issues. I got to find it again. Oh, here it is. I found it. The IDF says the attack this morning was carried out simultaneously at several locations in Tehran where senior figures in Iran's political and security leadership were gathering. They say the IDF prepared for this with an operational plan developed over months centered on an intelligence effort by the Military Intelligence Service to identify an operational opportunity as soon as the regime's senior officials gathered. At the same time, the decision to attack in the morning rather than the night allowed Israel to achieve tactical surprise for the second time despite heavy Iranian preparations. Thousands of hours of intense intelligence work in the intelligence agency's target factory, which managed to double the number of targets by hundreds of %, so that Israel is prepared to attack Iran as much as necessary. This is in parallel with the accuracy of the locations of the Iranian commanders and senior leadership. Confidence in Israel's intelligence and operational capabilities is a significant factor in the U.S.'s decision to join the campaign, as are the many achievements in the Kalavi area. The IDF is in multi-scene preparations for the campaign to develop in additional arenas and is currently assessing the results of the attack. So the IDF says the attack this morning was carried out simultaneously at several locations in Tehran where senior figures in Iran's political and security leadership were gathering. So how many, they tried to take out the leadership, leadership that was gathering. How successful were the Israeli attacks targeting the leadership? It is 7:13 Eastern Time, 9:13 where I am AM. But again, Israel said that the initial attacks, they focused on Iranian leadership. They said Israel, I think this is very important, they said Israel that I can load it here. X is acting funky, so I have to find it a different way. So the IDF said the attack this morning was carried out simultaneously at several locations in Tehran where senior figures in Iran's political and security leadership were gathering. So they basically say this surprise attack, Israel, that started it all off, was an attack on the Iranian political and security leadership. That is what Israel's began with, a surprise attack on them. By the way, I just want to shout out our moderators again. I really appreciate it. Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero on Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Surly Dev. Also thanks to Smash T on Twitch and City Mayors on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate for us on X. Also, our Facebook moderators was an attack on our Facebook moderators, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson, Havasu Mom, Janet B, Ruth over there on YouTube, Roberts May Queen, Janet B, thank you so much to all of our moderators. There are going to be some new alerts in Israel in the coming minutes, according to Israeli Home Front Command. There will be some new alerts in the coming minutes. So maybe I'll put some of the Israel cams back up. We got Haifa, we got Tel Aviv. Haifa and Tel Aviv. We don't need that. Now, again, in the coming minutes, we are expecting to get some new missile alerts in the next few minutes. So we'll see where they are. Dubai Airport suspends all flight operations at Dubai International Airports. Dubai Airports does. That's according to Reuters via Tala Ramadan. All flight operations suspended at Dubai International Airport. Again, new missiles heading toward Israel. We are expecting missile alerts in the coming minutes. How long will the campaign be, says one of our viewers. We've heard some reporting that claims at least several days. One of our viewers says, I don't believe Iran will fully respond till nightfall. I don't know if Iran can set to do a big launch right now with maybe there's lots of, U.S. and Israeli forces overhead, keeping an eye on things. Again, we're expecting some more missile alerts any moment now. Let's see here. Here is the, that is the, what you're looking at right there is the SOFAR rocket alert map. So as soon as those alerts happen, rocket and missile alerts, as soon as those alerts happen, they're going to pop up on the screen there. Waiting for those alerts to pop up. They should pop up here at any moment. That's why I have this map on the screen. This is the alert map. So at some point, very soon, the alerts are going to pop up. But nothing yet. Yes, as one of our viewers just said, Trump told Iranian, I think the Revolutionary Guard fighters, he said, lay down your arms and get full immunity or face certain death. Thank you so much, Mid-Hudson Security. I appreciate that. Also, Ricky Como, James Oakes, Kay Leonherd, Space Fraggle, Cyrus the Virus, Cashew the Kitten, Fuki S, Artisaur, Tomash, Thomas H, Igor Chrysolane, Finn Dog Radio, Rob 93, Chad Dawson. Okay, guys, the Gump Supernova, directing the PNW. Again, any moment now, expecting new missile alerts to pop up on the missile alert map. It just hasn't happened yet. That's why I have it up there, so you can see when the missile alerts come on the map. So that's why it's there. No alerts right now. No, they haven't happened on my phone yet either. When they happen, they'll come on both my phone app and they'll come on the screen. Thanks, Irene. People keep asking me to do a quick summary every few minutes. It happens a lot. I'm sorry I can't do the summaries on demand. If I did it I feel like I'd be doing it all the time. So, unfortunately, I can't do a quick summary right now. The U.S. and Israel launched attacks on Iran. Iran has launched some strikes back at them. That's my really quick summary. I'm sorry I can't do more. I'm quite tired right now. I wish I could. I wish I could do it whenever anybody asks. Thank you again, Irene from Sweden, Mike from Jersey, 1XCD. It's weird. I don't know why there aren't any alerts yet on the map or on the app. I thought we might have them by now because they said that there was. As soon as I go away, I want you to see when they come on. All right. Well, I'll come back to the map. I'll come back to the map. Faytux Network says drones continue to be launched toward Israel, but all are being intercepted. You know, it's possible we've seen some interceptions today. Maybe some of what we intercepted were drones. The Air Force said 4 minutes ago the IDF identified missiles were launched towards Israel. So, again, any moment now we should be seeing, unless they shoot them all down, we should be seeing some alerts. We don't really know what the damage is in Iran and if some of their leadership has been killed. That's a huge question right now. Thank you. One story writer from Turkey. Thank you. Still not seeing those alerts we expected to see. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Maybe they shot down all the missiles before they got to Israeli airspace. Usually, I think we would have seen the alerts by now. But nothing. Bahrain is having an alert right now. Alert in Bahrain for some sort of maybe Iran firing missiles at Bahrain. They say the alarm has been sounded in Bahrain. Oops, hold on a second. I don't have a camera in Bahrain. The Oman foreign minister, who had been part of the negotiations and just yesterday had told CBS News he thought they were close to a deal, Badr al-Busaidi, who again is the Oman foreign minister, he posted and said, you can see right here real quick. Hold on, you'll see it in a second. Badr al-Busaidi. He said, I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of the global peace are well served by this, and I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the U.S. not to get sucked in further. This is not your war. By the way, Reza Shah Pahlavi, who is the son of the last leader in Iran before the Islamic Revolution, he posted. He said, I don't know, I'm going to read the whole post. He said, decisive moments lie before us. The assistance that the President of the United States had promised to the brave people of Iran has now arrived, says Reza Shah Pahlavi. He said, the final victory will still be achieved by us. It is we, the people of Iran, who will finish this task in the final battle. The time to return to the streets is approaching, he says. He says, now that the Islamic Republic is collapsing, my message to the country's military, law enforcement, and security forces is clear. You have sworn an oath to protect Iran and the Iranian nation, not the Islamic Republic and its leaders. Your duty is to defend the people, not to defend a regime that has taken our homeland hostage through repression and crime. Join the nation and help ensure a stable and secure transition. Otherwise, you will sink with Khamenei's ship and his crumbling regime. He says, more than ever, we must remain focused on our ultimate goal, reclaiming Iran, says Reza Pahlavi. He says, I ask you for now to remain in your homes and remain calm and safe. Stay alert and ready to return to the streets for the final action at the appropriate time, which I will communicate to you, he says. He is not in Iran, by the way. I believe he's in the I believe he lives in the U.S. right now. So there never were, what happened to the rocket? There were never missile alerts that popped up. There were supposed to be new missile alerts, and that never happened. They just never came up. Maybe the missiles were shot down. Al Jazeera reports new interceptions in the skies of Kuwait. Oh, also I have a report here. Trump tells the Washington Post freedom for Iran is the goal of the major military operation. President Trump told the Washington Post early Saturday that his main concern is freedom for the Iranian people. He said, "All I want is freedom for the people," in a brief phone interview shortly after 4 a.m. when asked what he hopes his legacy will be as a result of this military action and a push for regime change in Iran. He says, "I want a safe nation, and that's what we're going to have." While the president said in the video that his objective of the strikes was to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, he did say that. But again, he told the Washington Post he wanted his legacy, what he hopes his legacy will be as a result of the military action and push for regime change for Iran. He said, "All I want is freedom for the people." Again, the U.S. and Israel launched attacks across Iran, targeted political and, I think, political and military leadership. But we don't really know what has exactly been targeted and how those strikes went. We do know that the Supreme Leader's residential compound was targeted. No confirmation on whether he was hit or not. Well, I don't know if we're going to get any of those alerts. Seems like, hold on. Flight Radar just posted that a number of flights that were going to Dubai and Doha from around the world have made U-turns and are returning. I think I'm going to have to get some sleep soon. I mean, I fully anticipate sleeping and then coming on and doing more coverage. But I mean, it's 9:38 a.m. here, and we were on earlier today for a number of hours. Actually, so let me just see something. I don't want to go off before Manny Fabian just said again that sirens are supposed to sound in Israel. Hold on. Additional barrage of missiles has been launched toward the state of Israel. We're not going anywhere. The IDF just said that new missiles have been detected launched toward Israel. New missiles, according to IDF. So, an additional barrage of missiles was launched towards the state of Israel, says the IDF, just a minute ago. So it looks like we're going to get some more missile alerts. The foreign minister of Iran posted that Netanyahu and Trump's war on Iran is wholly unprovoked, illegal, and illegitimate. He says Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. He said our powerful armed forces are prepared for this day and will teach the aggressors the lesson they deserve. That's Iran's foreign minister. We're waiting because Israel has detected more missiles launched towards Israel from Iran. We're waiting for new alerts. Mehr News Agency, which is Iranian state media, Mehr News Agency, just posted something I find highly dubious. Government media in Iran posted a short while ago claiming that at least 200 soldiers have been killed and injured in missile attacks on American bases so far. That is what the Iranian state media says. They claim at least 200 soldiers have been killed and injured in missile attacks on Iranian and American bases so far. I have not seen any reliable report that even one person has been injured in such attacks. Anyways. We're waiting for what's anticipated to be more rocket alerts or missile alerts. Thank you, the Brood78. Thanks for shouting out the moderators. Willie DeVille, Lidwine Elizabeth, Harry Holdup. Thank you. Oh, I saw kind of a crazy video. B&O News has a video of missile debris falling in Qatar's capital, Doha. It looks like maybe a missile was shot down, but the big piece of missile lands on the ground and explodes. I'm going to post a link to that in the chat. I just reposted it on my X account. But it's pretty crazy. It's in Doha, Qatar. Missile alerts right now. Tel Aviv, and surrounding area missile alerts. I am putting on the camera right now. Tel Aviv and the surrounding area. Here we go. Missile alerts in Tel Aviv. Missile alerts right now in Tel Aviv. Also Jerusalem. Hold on. Jerusalem too. Maybe an interception we just heard. Hold on. I think that's the alerts. Hold on. The alerts just disappeared. I don't see any alerts on the map. were sirens going off at both locations. Special Kherson cat. Hang on. You know, I told you there was an alert going on in Bahrain. Special Kherson cat, who I follow, claims that the U.S. military base in Bahrain is currently under attack by kamikaze drones. Now, I can't confirm that. He posted a video. Now, remember, there was reportedly an attack targeting hours ago a U.S. base in Bahrain, and we heard from Fox News' Jennifer Griffin that no one was hurt in that. I don't know if this is a new attack in Bahrain, if this is legit. I don't know if the video is legit or if it's from hours ago. He said currently, though, but I'm still confused as to what's going on there. AFP says new explosions heard in Dubai. Oh, new footage shows a drone engaging the U.S. military installation in Bahrain. I'm going to post a link to this in the chat. But there's video, and I posted it on my X account, @Lookner. But there's a link. There's a new video that appears to show a kamikaze drone flying into possibly a U.S. military installation in Bahrain. I don't know that anybody from the U.S. is in that installation right now, because they have to assume that, I would think they would assume that it might be targeted. Again, I will post. I don't know when that was, but I'll post it again in the chat, and you can go to my X and see it. It's a video that appears to show a drone, supposedly shows a drone hitting an American base in Bahrain. One of our viewers, a couple of our viewers say it hit a radar, or maybe a radar installation. Yeah, you can see the big round thing, and it hits right near it. So. Again, if you go to my X account, you'll see it there. OSINT Technical just posted it as well. And I haven't heard of any injuries to U.S. forces at this point. Doesn't mean there haven't been, I just haven't heard of any. Yes, our viewer Fagan says, in the video I reposted, it does appear that there's already some smoke. It appears that that drone, when it hits, that something else has also exploded in the area as well. I haven't heard. Let me see if I can get any information about that situation in Bahrain. Yeah, N12 News Israel says Iranian drone strikes U.S. base in Bahrain. And again, I have posted that on my X account. You can see it there. But I don't know the context of that. I'm not even positive when it happened. I assume it's tonight because a lot of people are saying it today, but I don't know what time. N12 News says on the last missile barrage toward Israel, the Emergency Medical Organization in Israel says no casualties, no calls for casualties received. Thank you so much to Brian Bielman and Mom C555 from Japan, and Logan Misiak, and Blues Wasted, and CS Texas Snowman. Thank you, Texas Snowman. Yeah, I don't have a Bahrain live feed at the moment. I don't have it. I haven't had one all night. Oh, what is this? I see some smoke on the Qatar feed, I think. Hang on a moment. Where is this feed? Is that live? Hey, there's some smoke on the Qatar feed. Hold on. You're going to see it right now. Oops. Let me fix this for you. There. That's the feed from Qatar. That's Al Wakra, Qatar. View of U.S. Al Udeid Air Base. So, I don't know. There's a video floating around of like a missile that seemed to be shot out of the sky and it fell down and exploded. That smoke could be from that. I don't know. Because a number of you have seen that video of a missile, which again looks like it might have been shot out of the sky. And it looks like you can see the fence there. I think that might be the same, that smoke might be for the missile, because I'm looking at a video of the missile that fell out of the sky in Qatar, and the white fence looks like the similar fence that we're seeing here. So that really might be that. CNW says that the video showing a drone hitting what looks like a radar is it's a dome for protecting radar equipment. That's what CNW said. Yeah, time in Iran right now is 4:30 p.m. One of our viewers, 4:29 p.m. One of our viewers claimed the Supreme Leader was going live. It looks like Israel targeted the Supreme Leader. I don't know if he survived. The Supreme Leader is expected to make a statement. In Telenews, which is a reliable outlet I follow, they say Supreme Leader is expected to make a statement. Yeah, it could be pre-recorded, certainly. That's not confirmed, but I think the account that said it usually is pretty reliable. Also, I don't know if it's a on-camera statement or a written statement. Israel. Another Telegram account from Israel I follow said that it's supposed to be a video statement, a televised statement. I need about 1 minute here. I'm going to take about 1 minute and come back. I'd like to be here for that statement. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Again, there are some reports claiming that there will be a statement from the Iran Supreme Leader soon. Oh, hang on a moment. I just saw an interesting update. Breaking news. Interesting update. Very interesting update for you. Reporter Barak Ravid from Axios says, correction, Trump is not expected at the moment to give another speech on Saturday. How about that? Correction, Trump is not expected at the moment to give another speech on Saturday. For several hours, it was reported that Trump was going to give a speech. But now, Barak Ravid says, correction, Trump isn't expected at the moment to give another speech on Saturday. AFP said, by the way, Special Kherson Cat, who I follow, says an Iranian missile struck a military base in Kuwait where Italian troops were stationed and the runway sustained significant damage. AFP reported around 300 Italian military personnel are stationed at the base and none of them were injured, says Italy's foreign minister. I'm hearing there's some drilling or construction going on, not right where I am, but near here, that I'm hearing. So again, very interesting report that now from Barak Ravid saying that now it is not expected that President Trump will give a speech today. Hold on, I have to fix this. One moment. N12 News says reports of intense explosions in Dubai and heavy smoke rising in Doha. I think we might have seen the smoke in Doha on our Qatar shot before. I don't know about Dubai. Nick Schifrin from NewsHour says a U.S. official tells me that the war began with simultaneous U.S. and Israeli strikes, with initial Israeli targets focused on leadership and the U.S. focused on military infrastructure. This is just the start, says the U.S. official. Israel said they targeted Iranian leadership which had gathered in Tehran. The U.S. Embassy in Kuwait is implementing a shelter-in-place for all personnel. We recommend all Americans do the same until further notice, says the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. I'm just checking for some updates here. Claudia Tanyos with Al Jazeera says a U.S. official tells Al Jazeera that the U.S. will continue strikes on Iran from air and sea in the coming days. This could go on for days, or even more, I don't know. But multiple reports say days. Days. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Hold on. There we go. Now we have Haifa and Tel Aviv. What I might do, stay on for a little bit longer, is I might take just a minute to just have a quick snack because I haven't eaten anything while we've been on the air. If you can bear with me, let me put my glasses on. I'm just going to have something quickly to eat. Okay, so let me do that. Then we'll get you more updates. I will be back in a few minutes. Won't be very long. Just gonna have something quick to eat, and I'm gonna take out my contact lenses. So, I'll put the volume on for this. Sorry. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm going to put my glasses on and get something to eat real quick. I'm coming right back. There were some more alerts, I guess. Sorry, I missed the alerts. They were around Haifa. I assume you saw it because we have Haifa on the screen. Well, Haifa to the east. By the way, I saw another report from Bloomberg. Hold on. That sounded like maybe we just heard a interceptor. I don't know. Hold on. Faytux News says new explosions in Abu Dhabi following new missile launches from Iran, people towed to shelter. It seems like we're hearing more about, I mean, I don't know if they're just getting shot down less. It seems like we're hearing about some more explosions in other countries than in Israel. I did want to mention that another outlet is reporting President Trump is not going to speak. Anne-Marie Hordern of Bloomberg says White House official says President Trump is not expected to address the nation. Because we were hearing reports several hours ago that he was going to address the nation. But now multiple reports are saying he's not going to address the nation. Cheyenne Sardarizadeh of BBC has a thread where he's posting verified videos from Iran of the U.S. and Israeli attacks. I'll post a link to that thread in the chat. At Cheyenne86, Shayan 86, where he has posted about 6 or 7 videos in a thread in different parts of Iran showing geo-confirmed videos of explosions. I mean, I'll say this also about, Iran is launching like missiles at other countries, not just Israel. Oh, some alerts. Oh, there are alerts. Some of them near Haifa, it looks like, and then some. I don't have a camera by Golan. So you're going to hear some on this shot in a second, I think. Right here. Up, the camera's panning around. Now you're going to hear sirens there. This is Haifa, Israel. I just heard something. I don't know if that was an interception or what. Just heard something. I heard one boom. I don't know if it was a missile hitting or if it was a interception. Trump, it now is being reported he's not going to speak today. Those are the new reports. Channel 12 News, Nir Davory, claims that Israeli assessment is that the supreme leader was injured in the attack. That's not official. But Channel 12 News has a report that says Israel's assessment is that the supreme leader of Iran was injured in the attack. So we'll have to see if anything more comes out about that. Again, Israel said that to start the attack, they went after Iranian leadership. Give me a moment here. I'm checking some different things. Yeah, again, it was reported Trump is going to speak, but now it's being reported he's not going to speak today. again. Channel 12 News says, Nir Devori says, Israel assessment, Khamenei's supreme leader was injured in the attack, they say. I think he's 86 years old. Oh, let me see something here. I just saw something. Eddie C. says, I feel like Iran would conceal the fact of his death. I don't know. If he did die, maybe they could, maybe for a little while. I don't know. Jerusalem Post reports Khamenei, supreme leader, cut off from contact, no certainty about his fate, says the Jerusalem Post. By the way, thank you to I need a moment here. A quick thank you to, Italian Ghost. Thank you, Italian Ghost. Yeah, I'll try to do a summary at some point. Again, people keep asking me. They keep coming in and they say, "Hey, can you give me a summary?" I'm just exhausted. I mean, it's one thing is that I'd be doing a summary of the whole broadcast, but I'm honestly just exhausted. So I'll try to do a summary when I can. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean, but people who've been watching the stream know I've said this before because people keep asking me, "Can you do a summary of what's happened so far?" So I'm sorry. I get to a certain point where I'm so tired I can barely do anything. So I apologize. I want to acknowledge your request and saying I understand the request. I just, at this point, I don't know how many more detailed summaries I'm going to be doing. But I'll try to do one soon. Thank you so much, Italian Ghost. I really appreciate it. I don't want to ignore your request. Thanks also Diane Sykes and Flexberger, Dutch Since, Yoso, Quetzalcoatl, Tommy2576, TKT228, Totally, Notani, Lordoc, Sachin, Amjish Shannon. Basically, the U.S. and Israel launched a big attack on Iran. Israel went after Iranian leadership. The U.S. went after military military targets. We have no idea what was hit in Iran. We have no idea who was hit in Iran. We don't know how long this is going to go on for. It could go on for days. And Iran has launched some retaliatory strikes. I'm not aware of any kind of strikes where lots of people have been injured or killed, but I honestly don't know. Strikes against Israel and some Gulf countries. That's my basic summary. I don't know if that's what you were looking for. You might have been looking for something more detailed, but that's all I can manage right now. Thanks, Al Belk and Vemon Guy, I Am Charlie, Brian Beelman, Logan Misiak, and others. Reuters reports that the Iranian defense minister, Amir Nasserzadeh, and the Revolutionary Guards commander, Mohammad Pakpour, were killed in the Israeli attacks, 3 sources tell Reuters. That's from Parisa Hafezi. So Reuters is reporting that the Revolutionary Guards commander and the defense minister of Iran have both been killed. I haven't heard anything super reliable about the supreme leader. Again, Israel said that they went after Iranian leadership in a surprise attack on several targets in Tehran, where leadership was gathering today, they said. They said they waited for an opportunity to strike against the leadership. They said doing it during the day helped the element of surprise. Al Jazeera says no injuries were reported in the targeting of the early warning radar in northern Qatar. Didn't the video we saw of a drone hitting a radar, isn't that from Bahrain? I don't even remember. But Qatari Ministry of Defense said there was an early warning radar targeted in northern Qatar, or at least hit, but no injuries. Jim Sciutto of CNN reports, a senior U.S. official says the U.S. has planned an escalating series of strikes with off-ramps along the way. According to a senior U.S. official, each round will be over a 1 to 2 day period with pauses to reset and assess battle damage. I'm going to read this again. The U.S. has planned an escalated series of strikes with off-ramps along the way. According to a senior U.S. official, each round will be over a 1 or 2 day period with pauses to reset and assess battle damage. That's according to Jim Sciutto of CNN. Oh, Tel Aviv alert. Tel Aviv alert. Alert for Tel Aviv and surrounding area. also there are some alerts going on to the north and south of Tel Aviv and to the east of Tel Aviv, but I don't have cameras in these places. Oh, top left, was there an interception up there on the top left, as our viewer pointed out, up here? Maybe there was an interception up there. The alerts are no longer on the alert map. Hold on a second. Oops, that's not what I want to do. This here. Make this fit to screen. Put this, oops, sorry. Put that back up there. Channel 12 claims that that there are indications that the Supreme Leader was killed. That's what Channel 12 Israel says. They say there are indications of this. So that's from Times of Israel. We'll see what happens. So again, Times of Israel says, Israeli TV report citing unnamed Israeli sources, growing indications that Khamenei killed. Remember, Israel said their surprise attack today focused on Iranian leadership. That is what Israel focused its attack on today, Iranian leadership. We'll see what ends up coming out. I'm just checking for updates here. The U.S., if already in the country, the Department of State urges U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon now. So it seems like this might be a new alert from the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon. U.S. Embassy Beirut says if already in the country, the Department of State urges U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon now while commercial options remain available. We urge U.S. citizens not to travel to Lebanon. Matt Bradley says, Iranian foreign minister just told NBC News we may have lost a few commanders, but that's not such a big problem. Oh, alerts, Tel Aviv, hold on, Tel Aviv alerts going off. Tel Aviv area. Let's get it on the screen for you. I didn't see any or hear any interceptions or missile falls. Parallel Universe in Israel, who I follow, said he heard some strong explosions. So maybe some more interceptions. Yeah, there's nothing confirmed about the supreme leader at this point. We don't know if he's still alive. Thanks on Twitch. T-Cod Lane 2, Cavs Tribe Browns, Toolman Tim, Varthanos, Nitro Fuel Burn, Hot Rodacy, Graybeard Games, Edward Music, also Thanks to KC3045, Justin Blair, Data Dudes from Turkey, who says, I just want to wake up on a weekend and have zero drama for once. Thank you, Data Dudes. Nurse M, Matt Borgerson, Haha, I came first, Har. I haven't heard more about that. Haha, I'll keep an eye out. Sharangos, Kimba, Matt Borgerson, Sunny Day, Gentleman 2019. Thank you. JD63, Tommy, 3576, Ann Chappelle, Steve B, Fred Flintstone, thank you. Shed Stories, Trap Rats, Sachin, Eating Glass Films, Kerry Poteet, Italian Ghost, Jerusalem Prince. Oh, I think the IDF made an announcement. Hang on a moment. The IDF says right here, as the SA-65 air defense system was attacked in the Kermanshah region in western Iran. The IDF recently completed a broad attack on strategic defense systems of the Iranian terrorist regime. One of the targets attacked was an advanced SA-65 air defense system located in the Kermanshah area in western Iran. Throughout the war and during Kalabi in particular, the IDF systematically attacked the defense system of the Iranian terrorist regime. The completed attacks, more alerts, helped to deepen the Air Force's freedom of action in Iranian skies. We're back at Tel Aviv alerts, more Tel Aviv alerts. And surrounding area. the alerts have disappeared off the map. By the way, sorry. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports the U.S. military used some new capabilities for these strikes. For the first time, they used one-way attack drones in combat, says Jennifer Griffin. The U.S. military has been focusing on high-value targets, Revolutionary Guard, significant facilities and capabilities, naval facilities, and underground facilities likely associated with the nuclear program. Tomahawk missiles were used in the first volley of strikes. We have effectively suppressed their air defenses, one U.S. official told Fox News' Jennifer Griffin. This was a multi-geographic command and control designed to overwhelm Iran's defenses. There were hundreds of targets in what is being described to her, she said, as a multi-day operation. The Iranian response has been ineffective, says a senior U.S. official. Also, the IDF said they have recently completed a broad attack on strategic defense systems of the Iranian terrorist regime. So, where is this all going? I don't know. I see no indications that Israel or the U.S. wants to use ground forces. So, how much of the leaders of Iran might have been killed? Are there other people who would just step in to replace them? President Trump said after they're done that the Iranian people should rise up and take over. But what will it look like there? If there's no, I don't know. How long is this going on for? And whether it goes on for days or weeks, what happens when the airstrikes stop? Again, I am not aware of any kind of plan to have forces go in on the ground. I have no Strait of Hormuz updates. I saw some random report that claimed Iranian state media said something about it. I would take everything that you see in Iranian state media and assume it might be false. Earlier, Iranian state media claimed they had killed and injured over 200 soldiers in their attacks on U.S. bases. I'm pretty sure that's not true. So I would just, again, take everything you're seeing coming out of Iranian state media with a giant grain of salt. They don't tilt this camera down because they don't want to be showing exact locations of hits. That's why this camera is like that, I believe. the Iranian foreign minister told NBC, as far as I know, the supreme leader and the president of Iran are alive. I personally don't know if they are alive or not. We don't have confirmation either way on that. I'm just trying to get you updates here. The time, by the way, is sorry, 5:52 in Iran. Sundown there is 5:58. So it's 6 minutes before sunset in Iran. It's 4:22 in Israel right now. Their sun sets in about an hour and 15 minutes. It is 9:23 Eastern time. Air Canada says they've canceled today's flights to and from Dubai. Sorry, it's where I am. It's 11:25 a.m. I have not been to bed, so I'm doing my best to just bring you updates. The IDF said people can now leave their protected areas in several areas, protected bases in several areas across Israel. But they are requested to continue to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command. All right, I think we're getting very close to that point where I'm going to have to get some sleep because I'm really not much help to you at the moment, as I'm sure you can tell. By the way, thank you to, hold on a moment. Thanks, Lee Birch, Hawthorne TR, Knee Science, Rob PZ, Marcia Rhodes, War Dove for Peace, OxEZ, KC3045. Yeah, again, I'm so tired that I can barely do anything. I was trying to get you more information, but I mean, I'm sure we'll have more coverage of this as things go forth. I don't know how long this is going to go. By the way, Aurora Intel says that there are rumors of those assassinated by Israel. He said last June it took a few days for the confirmations of people killed to come from Iran himself. He said, Aurora Intel, they say, if the rumors are true, it begs the question, why weren't they hidden away under the circumstances? But, I mean, we've heard reports these attacks by Israel in the U.S. could go on for days or longer. Then again, I mean, you never know. If the goal is to get some kind of agreement, who knows what happens? Oh, well, we'll stay on a little while longer because there's some more missile alerts. More missiles launched toward Israel. You know, we really haven't seen huge barrages. I'm not aware of huge barrages. I haven't seen any kind of barrages towards Israel that come close to the really large ones we've sometimes seen. But there's supposed to be some more alerts coming up, so we'll stay on for that. By the way, shout out to our moderators who've been here. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate all of our mods being here during our broadcast. People like Ruth. Ruth is there right now, and Robert's May Queen, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, Idaho Star. I got that fire J. Joanna and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thanks Super Real Duncan on Twitch. And hang on a moment. Linda Belk. Did I say Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and on Facebook? By the way, CNN is also saying that Trump is not expected to deliver any remarks today. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, moderating over there, Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson, huge thanks. Also, I forgot to thank, hold on. Thanks to Larry Powelson. Thank you, Larry Powelson. I appreciate it. And Amy Cluck, Artie Corteba, Susan Priest Buchner, and Greg Sandridge for the Facebook stars. All right, give me a moment here. So we're going to wait for these supposed alerts coming up. Yeah, so I mean, I'm just planning on getting some sleep and then coming back on and doing more coverage. So I don't know when that's going to be, but that's my plan, is to do that, is to get some sleep and come on and do some more coverage. So you can subscribe, follow the channel. We do have these. We do have notification system where you can sign up to get free notifications, which those work the best. Are free Discord notifications. So if you don't want to miss a stream, I would sign up for those. The mods will post a link to sign up for the free notifications, but you can also find it in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But I would sign up for those. Also, when I'm not on the air, I'll be posting, well, not when I'm sleeping, but usually when I'm not on the air, I'm posting on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. And another good way to find out when we're live is to follow Agenda Free TV on X, because I always post there before we go live, @Agenda Free TV. Waiting for some possible new alerts. Oh, by Tel Aviv alerts, and maybe Haifa too. No, Tel Aviv. I'm going to turn both the sound on for these. A lot around the Tel Aviv area alerts. More Tel Aviv than Haifa. Yes, these are, our viewer mentioned, these are drone alerts. A good point by our viewer, these are drone alerts. Hostile aircraft intrusion, these are drone alerts. Maybe some interceptions right there. There are some a bit north of Jerusalem. There are some west of Tel Aviv, north of Jerusalem. I'm going to have to get some sleep. Sorry. Matt Bradley says there were many explosions and interceptions in the skies over Tel Aviv. I thought we heard some interceptions on the stream. We didn't see anything though. The alerts seem to have disappeared. All right, let me get some sleep. I got to get some sleep again. I'm sure we'll be covering this more, but I need to get some rest because I'm not helping anyone. Why can't I turn the sound off? Why is the sound on? Oh, I found it. Yeah, so again, I really appreciate everybody watching, and we're going to be covering this more. Thank you again to our mods who I just thanked. Thanks to everybody for your support, people like Lidwine Elizabeth, Truth Will Set You Free, Norman G, River City Mystery, Kelly for Wood, Marjorie Lemons, Hawthorne TR, Eric Crams, Rob PZ. I'm sorry if I didn't get everybody. Marsha P. Rhodes, Oxy Z, I really appreciate it. War Dove for Peace, Justin Blair, Casey3045. It's just been so busy. So I'm sorry if I didn't thank everybody. I hate not doing it, but I hope you can understand it's been busy. I tried to thank as many people as I could. Also thanks to Nan694240 on Twitch, and Jane Joel, and Super Real Duncan. Again, all of our moderators, and all of our subscribers. Really quick, just people like McBritches, Wall Street Shaggy, LVBZ, My Mind Spray on Twitch, and all of our other subscribers over there. Electronics Anonymous, Super Real Duncan, Zamilla, Alperer, and our other Twitch subscribers. Huge thanks. Our Facebook subscribers, Barry Eisler, Susan Priest Buchner, Kayla Aribati, Margaret Riley, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you. And our YouTube members. Thank you so much. Roger Shoemaker, Truth Will Set You Free, Jason D in California, Austin Batman, Kerry Poteet, Eric Johnson, Tule Bell, Paula Faust, Mason D, CAC. Thank you. All right, so I really appreciate you tuning in. Again, sorry I just got to get some sleep. So when I get up, we can cover this some more. I don't know how this is going to all play out. It's a bit of a confusing situation because I'm not aware that any ground troops are coming in. So is the idea to just blow up a lot of stuff and then hope that we've heard Trump say that the people of Iran should when the U.S. is done, they should take over. It'll be theirs for the taking. We'll have to see what happens. All right. And I'm sorry for any big news I missed, but, you know, it is what it is. All right, so more to come, definitely more to come on this story. Hang on one moment. I want to just do one last check here. No, Trump is actually not speaking today. There were reports he was going to, and then a bunch of reports came out and said he wasn't going to. All right, guys. I do appreciate you watching. Thanks so much. A lot of you have been sending me updates, letting me read your comments on the air. Sorry I couldn't get to more comments. It's been so busy. And I really, really appreciate you sending me your updates and watching and supporting the channel. I hope, for the region's sake, this doesn't keep going on and on and on, but we'll have to see what happens here. I don't know. All right. I'm wrapping up this. My plan is to sleep some and then come on the air and do more coverage. So hopefully I'll see you when we start our coverage again. And again, thanks so much to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. And so for now, thank you for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.